That goes down to 973, just to fill this liquidity on footprint from overnight. This is previous day POC though. If we flip this, I'll be looking for that move down to 970 for another 7 points if we can flip. But again, we should expect a bit of a bid here. And then we have to watch for a better offer. We're just coming back down into this wick low.
Expecting comments from Fed Schmidt.
This is previous day POC here on ES, as well as our VWAP from our week. Again, this is just me spotting this liquidity as well as previous day POC.
10 seconds.
We will just keep an eye on this. This is NQ previous day POC to value low as well.
The CBO says debt to
watching
GDP
our edge
ratio
here
to surpass 1946 record in 2030. The CBO sees 2026 deficit GDP ratio of 5.8% versus 5.5% for Trump.
to 90.
CBO sees $23.1 trillion deficit, total 2026 to 35 at 1.4 trillion from the previous estimate. 2025 Trump tax acts boost 2026 to 2035 deficits by $4.7 trillion. Higher tariffs cut 2026 to 2035 deficits about $3 trillion. And the budget estimates continue to signal unsustainable fiscal path. The CBO sees large, historically unusual deficits in the coming decade, and the CBO sees $1.97 trillion deficit for 2026, little changed from 2025. CBO says 2025 Republican tax cut law to add $4.7 trillion to the US deficit over 10 years
coming up
and
into it.
reduced immigration to add $500 billion.
Let's watch to see if we find an
CBO
offer
says
here.
higher revenue from Trump's tariffs to reduce deficits by $3 trillion over the 10 years.
This
with
is
the CBO
PVZ value.
forecast cumulative of fiscal year 2027 to 2036 deficit at $24.406 trillion. CBO forecast
Watch to see if we
US
can
real
flip
GDP
this
growth at
value to
2.2% in
POC.
2026 versus 1.9% for 2025, averaging 1.8% from 2027 to 2036. And the CBO forecast debt held by public to reach 120% of GDP in the fiscal year of 2036 versus 99% in the fiscal year of 2025, surpassing 1946 historic high of 106% in the fiscal year of 2030.
Oh my god. Okay, immediate rejection off of our pivots on ES and NQ. This is your first risk off. This is just us retesting PVZ from our bounce at previous day POC. If we can flip these, then we have continuation down. ES would give you another 7 points. NQ needs to get below 76, and then we can look for 238. Hopefully my 2 boxes were helpful. Again, this is your first risk off. This is bottom of range. Let's see if we can flip. Gotta get like as many words in as I can. I've risked off 2. I have 1 left. This is my first 2 trades of the day. Long off the bounce, and then offer off of R40 for a rotation down, and now I have 1 runner left. Let's see if we can flip this. We'd be looking for gap fill, which is just like this 38. $200? Yeah, eventually we'll head down into that area. But 38.50 is your gap fill. And then we've got ETH low below that. Let's see what happens.
Reminder, 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Bowman is due to speak in a virtual moderated conversation at Keefe, Brunette and Wood's 33rd Annual Winter Financial Services Conference. No text is expected. Q&A is expected with a moderator. According to a US agency, Stellantis issues a do not drive alert for 225,000 older vehicles in the United States over unrepaired airbag inflators.
Gap filling now. off of the failure and flip. Should be your first risk off if you are playing off of that. Previous day value low, gap flip. The flip of our previous day value low into our gap here. See if we can push back into this 223, 237 area, 240 really. It's just we're watching to see what we do now that we've filled gap. Yes, now pushing below previous day value low. This was our secondary target off of our 77s going offer. Let's see if we get a better retest of our previous day value. And then we can look for a continuation down potentially. We'll have to see. I think we're going to need to re-offer this area a little bit more. Again, you can just move your stops down now that we've filled gap, take off
Fed
some profit.
Schmidt says further Fed rate cuts could allow
leave a runner
higher
just in
inflation
case
to
we
persist
do
for
get some
longer.
trend
Schmidt
continuation.
says not seeing evidence current level of interest rates
Up
is
to you.
restraining the economy,
But this is
and
target.
it's appropriate to keep restrictive monetary policy with inflation close to 3%. Productivity improvements could allow faster growth without inflation, but we are not there yet. Schmidt says current inflation rate indicates still strong demand is outpacing improvements in the supply. There are opportunities to reduce bank reserve demand and thus lower the Fed's balance sheet. Schmidt says price shocks are transitory based on the central bank's response, and the Fed needs to keep focus on the 2% inflation target. Recent improvements in productivity could be about workers staying in jobs longer, as opposed to stemming solely from technology.
Immediate bounce off of our gap fill here on NQ, but still in our downtrend overall. Watching for a reoffer at previous day value low on ES to potentially give us another leg. I'd love to see us traverse down to that 200, 205 area, just the bottoms here. If we hold our gap at 240 as offer. Basically just trading this little range here as like we'll watch to see what we do, and then like if this then goes bid and then we rotate back up, or if this like sticks offer and then we continue downwards. Unsure. We'll find out soon. Were you guys able to capture this? Some pretty good understandings of where we were gonna go. Good morning trade, just gap fill. Classic. 30-second opening range, rejected, right? And then just gap fill. It's a classic setup for the morning. If you're going to trade the first hour, be aware of it. Just leave a runner for trend. Now that we've taken out this wick low, we watch to see if they bid aggressively here. Now that we've stopped out these guys from the previous session. And we'll watch to see now if they pop us back up for this move, back up to previous day value, or if we can hold this offer for continuation down into next target, which would be 150.
Seen some movement to the downside in the S&P 500.
For ES, it's the same thing, but we're a little bit ahead. We're just pushing into our ETH low target now. So this is, we have a bit more room on NQ for the same follow through that we just saw in ES.
So just to repeat, Fed Schmidt said additional Fed rate cuts might permit higher inflation to continue for a longer time.
I'm sorry, I got to be very quick because the moves are aggressive right now. So I'm trying my best to keep you informed, but we're moving quick today. Pushing into target now, 150.
The S&P 500 turns negative, reversing gains of
This
as much
is
as
ADR low
0.7%.
as well as our ETH low on NQ. Yeah, what's up, dude?
The Nasdaq 100 turns negative, reversing gains of as much as 1%.
I'd like a better reoffer. If we just like go down from here with no ADR bounce, I'm going to be a bit worried for the market.
Surely expecting comments from Fed's Bowman.
All right, we're getting an immediate bounce off of our target. That was great. Now let's see if we can get a better offer here. Yes, bouncing as well off of ADR. This is good. Now we can figure out what we want to do.
22 Punch Bowl News. Senator Foon says they're expecting a DHS offer from the White House today. With Punch Bowl reporter posts on X citing Foon on the White House and the DHS.
I'm fully out and just waiting now that we've done the move. Downtrend is still intact. It's just a bid off of our ADR low and our ETH low into our bottom of this previous range. So we'll watch for an offer. Yeah, I think that's fine. Just watch. Like you have limited upside with the counter trend scalp, Rory. So just watch and look for a higher low. If we don't put in a higher low, then you might want to inverse because the trend is still like incredibly bearish, right? Don't get carried away. That's all I'm saying. Until you see right side of V. Again, this is just from our pivot and then rotation down into target here. See if we get any more, but let's see. Yep.
We have posted the speech from Fed Schmidt on monetary
what
policy
an
and
amazing
economic
open
outlook on the feed for those
Holy.
interested. Crypto stocks fall, tracking lower Bitcoin prices with Coinbase Global down 10.1%.
Nice job, Grotto. Rejecting our value low of our previous candle on both ES and NQ so far. Just coming back into our lows, just a bit of a range while we develop out this area. I'm not like I understand the downtrend still intact, but I need to see us flip this ADR for me to not think that this isn't just going to be jumpy. So unless I'm like interacting off this top edge, I don't want to short down here. Even if like trend persists, we'll see. I need to see a bit more. I have a rule where I don't short ADR low, so I think if you're in a short from higher, that's fine. But I'm gonna wait until we see what we're gonna do down here. But I have a rule to prevent myself from over trading into a known area of potential demand, just based off of statistical average. ADR is a punishing area. If we flip ADR though, then we have a really strong idea of potential downtrend for the rest of the day, right? We'll just have like a big trend down day that's outside of our averages, which is fine. That's good, but I gotta wait to see what we do here first, personally. Again, nothing is validated about the short side. So if you're still in a runner, chill in it, right? But if you're looking for a new entry, I'm gonna wait a little bit. That being said, NQ is potentially another like 50 points down.
The S&P 500 down
150 goes offer.
0.2%, the Nasdaq down 0.5%, and the Dow down 0.3%. National Economic Advisor has said, speaking on Fox Business, says people are coming off the sidelines into the labour market.
I've made like big money today already, so I'm not too worried about this. Being greedy about one little extra little move. Made a very solid
Hassett says
downtrend
high wage
there.
growth is driving people to the labour market. Reminder at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have EIA crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 0.024 million, prior a draw of 3.455 million. Hassett says, I think there's plenty of room for Fed to cut rates.
Yes, pushing below
Gasoline
our ADR.
inventories forecast a build of 0.84 million, prior a build of 0.685 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 1.734 million, prior a draw of
NQ into next target,
5.553 million.
R100s off of
And
our
Cushing
150.
inventories prior a draw of 0.743 million. Also
I
expecting
want to
comments from
see
ECB's
very
Bush.
clear reoffers if we're going to flip. And then I'll start to look for a short continuation. Until then, again, I just I want to see if we're going to build in this area between 100 and 150, or if we're going to be able to like just kind of straight up continue down. Again, it's just a personal rule for me. I've been screwed over way too many times trying to play ADR in the past, so it's always a good target, and then we look to see what happens. No reason to be too greedy, but if we can see a really nice reoffer, then I'll look for continuation. I don't know, man. I don't really see a good one yet.
Says inflation numbers will be key factor for Fed decision. Reminder of the US API data from yesterday. Gasoline stock change was a build of 3.3 million. Distillate stock change was a draw of 2 million. Cushing stock change, Hassett says, can easily see 4% to 5% GDP growth this year. Cushing stock change was a build of 1.4 million, and crude oil stock change was a build of 13.4 million. Asset says the AI boom can drive productivity and economic growth.
920 is next target on ES. If we continue to reject this 45, I think. I was waiting for new 15s, but I don't know if we're going to get it. 920 just seems like where we're headed. We'll look for like 25k on NQ.
Around in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the EIA crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 0.024 million, prior a draw of 3.455 million, with a range of a build of 2 million to a draw of 2.768 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 0.84 million, prior a build of 0.685 million. Distillate inventories forecast a
Holding our
draw
edge
of
so far on NQ at our
1.734 million,
100.
prior a draw of 5.553
Just
million.
into this
And
liquidity
Cushing
here.
inventories prior a draw of 0.743 million. We're also expecting comments from ECB
Sucks. We have
Bush.
4 minutes left on this candle.
Economic Council has ended his remarks. The Russell 2000 index reverses course, last down 1.3%.
Watch for our reoffer here on our edges. Be very careful with your fills here. Do not market order. You're going to get absolutely ruined. Only time you market order in a market like this is if we're moving in the opposite direction. Then you can market in. But if you're trying to get like a FOMO move, please be very careful trying to market in if we're already moving in that direction. Your fill will be atrocious. So like if we're going up, you can look to like sell market open, right? But if we're already going down, you're gonna fill like 20 points lower than you want. So please be careful. You don't want to be trying to short the lows and then we pop, 50 points and you're on the wrong side and then you just gave up all your gains for no reason. But offer is holding where we need to so far on NQ, pushing into next target here to 50. If we can flip this, then we should go to 25k. We'll see. ES just downtrending, just sweeper and then holding our sweeper and then continuation down our halfway back. I'm hoping that we'll come back to retest this a bit with a bit more size, like a little bit more respect, and then go down on the open of a new 15s in 2 minutes. But as long as like our offer is just maintaining, there's not much to do here. It's just going to be a downtrend and then a continuation. That's about all I can say, right? Like there's nothing here structure-wise yet to play off of, so your only thing that you have is downtrend in previous structure of our ADR as resistance. So as long as our ADR is holding as resistance, like it's what we're watching for. I'm not a magician. I can't give you more edge than that actually is real. Not gonna lie to you. So let's watch to see what we do. But downtrend still persisting, just pushing back up. If we see something, then we'll play it. But again, I'm not getting greedy at our ADR. We'll just have to watch to see a much better rejection into our new 15. Let's watch for that Russell weakness for another leg, for the lost momentum to give the market another leg down. If RTY is able to hold a higher low, then we might have a potential reversal on our hand short term. Just gonna have to keep an eye on it. Again, not enough information.
1 minute remaining.
1
I'll be
minute
dealing
until new
with
15s.
EIA crude oil inventories.
Yes, retesting our ADR here, 45s.
seconds.
New 15s opening here. 10 seconds, holding our edges so far. RTY losing a bit of momentum, watching to see if we put a higher low in here. 51. New
Build of
15s have opened.
8.53 million, a build of 8.53 million compared to the expected draw of 0.024 million. Gasoline inventories, a build of 1.16 million, a build of 1.16 million, higher than the expected build of 0.84 million. Distillate inventories, a draw of 2.70 million, a draw of 2.70 million, compared to the expected draw of 1.734 million, and EIA crude Cushing inventories, a build of 1.071 million, a build of 1.071 million.
RTY POC is shifting here. And Q and ES still maintaining our same ranges. We want to see a continued loss of momentum here on Russell.
Reminder, we're shortly expecting comments from ETB's Bush. We have posted the EIA weekly inventories report on the feed for those interested. So seeing comments from ETB's Bush already out on X.
Just waiting for Russell to lose momentum before we actually have a trade here. Nothing else to do. Downtrend still intact.
We have posted ECB's Bush speech on AMLA and ECB banking supervision, strengthening cooperation on the feed for those interested.
Again, there's literally no reason to get jumpy down here. We just had a great morning. Don't be a greedy bitch. Like, I can't stress that enough. Wait for Russell to lose momentum again, and then get your next leg. Don't give up all your gains looking for more because you're greedy. Have some accountability. Wait for structure, wait for your setup, continue on your way. Like, we just had like such a nice move. Don't give it all back. Trading chop. Consolidation before next leg down. There's probably one more leg down, but we have to see the entry for it, right? Or you have to have a much wider stop. It is consolidation and a bear flag until proven otherwise, but we need that Russell loss momentum for that next leg. As long as RTY is holding a higher low, you're kind of in a rough spot. Again, this is just ES and ADR and NQ retesting ADR from the other side, right? Watching to see if we're going to have a move that is larger than expected. Do not give back gains for no reason. I cannot stress this enough. Wait for your trading opportunity. This is ES and NQ testing value high of our previous candle. I think what we're going to end up doing, if I had to guess, would be looking to trap liquidity above, and then we'll look for like a rotation back below, and that'll end up being like some sort of like bear flag structure, like so. But we'll see. We just have to figure out like where stops are located, and then where that liquidity would be best delivered, and then where the reoffer will be for the rotation down. That won't just result in another higher low that we're seeing on these moves. I'm gonna clean this up now that we've eaten through this. Again, it's all about Russell's loss of momentum. If we can get that, then we get the next leg. Without it, it's not doing anything. It's just gonna go back up. Short term, while we build out structure at our ADR.
According to the EIA, the US crude stockpiles increases by the most in a year last week.
I hope I prevented some of you from trading something awful. ADR will always and forever be a risk off to me, and then I will wait for a better setup. So far rejecting our value edge, our ETH lows for both NQ and ES. We're watching to see if Russell can break this low here. If Russell can start to lead down again, then we'll get another leg. If RTY bounces our low, then there's not going to be a ton here. Again, higher lows are still in effect, right? We're still maintaining higher lows on NQ and ES. So yes, we rejected, but we're still maintaining that bid is still present at higher and higher prices. We need to see Russell start to lead down. Ideally with this POC going offer here at like 52. And then if we can reject that and then look below, that'll be a good first impression that we want to continue downwards, right? If POC shifts down here and then continues. And then we can look for, you know, some sort of continuation. That'll be a great first sign of weakness for continuation in our market. Again, the overall trend is still down. Nothing's changed about that. We're just watching to see what we do here. We want a good entry. We don't want to be stuck in a volatile range where we're getting chopped up, you know, and it's 100 points. If we can get a right side of V instead, that's fine. But we'll wait for that right side of V then. I want to see either like trapped liquidity above that we then rotate back through, giving us an entry with Russell follow through for downside, or we'll play a right side of V for a reversion trade back up to our VWAPs if we've gotten too far away from them. I don't have the answer for you yet. I just know that the risk to reward here is it's a bit iffy while we wait until we find a better setup. So we'll be watching for the open in the new 15 to look for a trade back up to our 15-minute VWAP up at like 260 on NQ. Or we'll be looking for trapped liquidity here as we retest our original seller, which was here, into our 190 to 240. Right, so just coming back up to this original seller to see if they're still present. And then watching to see if there's anything to play off of that.
China exports in the past 2 years.
I'm going to keep saying I'm not sure because it's true. I just don't know.
But we'll see. President Macron speaking at the Antwerp Industry Summit.
But again, with the things that I remind myself of are
futures pair gains after EIA data shows a surprise build.
This guy, okay, no one cares. are just like, where was our last seller, right? Like, where was the last major seller that allowed for a push down off of a reoffer? And that was here up into our 190. So I'm just keeping an eye on that, where our liquidity was, while we revert because of a failure at our lows. We're now rotating up with Russell maintaining our low. So without that loss of momentum on Russell, we're just going to come back up to our previous sellers to see if they're serious still. So just treat this as a range, I think, until proven otherwise. So we'll watch to see like how we interact here while we build out our ADR a bit. And watch to see if we flip this or if something new happens. But we know that there's a seller here, right? So this is where we're rotating back towards. And now let's watch to see what they do here. Four minutes until new 15s. RTY still holding lows, watching to see how we interact as we push back up into our highs. Again, for a continuation down, we're going to need to see a break of those lows and then POC going resistance, or we'll just expect
on the feed
that
for those interested.
The market needs a bit
Macron
more
says US
upside
tariffs
first.
on Europe economy, a coercion mechanism. And Fed Schmidt says jobs report was good news.
Watching our seller here at our 190 to 240, watching to see if we get back in or if this is going to continue to hold just like we did last attempt. Unsure, but keeping an eye on it. If the seller was going to be anywhere, it would be here. If not, then we're reverting back up to our VWAP.
Currently Fed Schmidt commenting in a Q&A.
It's the same thing for ES into our 54 to 60. It's where our seller was last, right? So we're just coming back up to our previous sellers to be like, hey, you guys still like this area, right? Like that's what we're doing. And it's just a, hey, is this still a good price? Do we still care about this offer? We're just coming back up off of a failure at the lows, right? So it's like, okay, well, we got to now see if these guys up here are still interested. If they are, then it's like a good first sign.
Labor market last year was showing cyclical weakness
of a potential downtrend, right? And then we need to break our higher low structure for this to matter even. Or again, it'll just be a reversion to VWAP, and then we'll go for our continuation after that. Minute 30 until new 15s. Just into our offer here. Yeah, I mean, again, like if you were going to try anywhere, this would be the only place that I would be looking to try. Just respect the that we're still holding higher lows, right?
Ed Schmidt says we'll probably need elements of AI to account for lower workforce growth due to aging and
so treat it as balance
immigration
until we figure out if it's going to become a right side of V on the open of the new 15, or if we're going to flip and then go up from here. We just don't have an answer. All we know is that this is where our last seller was, right? So it's fine to try off of that, but we're still respecting higher lows, higher lows, higher lows across the market. Until you see Russell break down, it is going to be a balance down here that we're building out.
Ed Schmidt says break-even job growth rate is likely around 40k or 50k per month.
So it's fine to try, but understand that nothing has validated continuation down yet. All we're doing is balancing between our red box and our yellow box on both ES and NQ while we wait for Russell to get out of this consolidation and then figure out what it wants to do. New 15s opening now. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the days RTY will lead down, and and it's not because like I think that there's like a huge connection between Russell and Nasdaq, right, stock wise. It's because it's letting us know the market breadth, right? If RTY is selling drastically and we have a mixed market on NQ, um, we're basically saying like there's probably like a weak financials market, a weak energy market. So we know that like a lot of sectors are going down. So if our mid and small caps are bearish and NQ starts to show weakness, then we know that our moves are going to be a bit more sized, right? A bit more drastic because we'll have full market participation once NQ gets to that pivot. You get me? So we're using it as more of an oscillator, understanding like where our edges are on Russell and where to expect that weakness to occur on the overall market. So like like NQ is of course just like going up, right? We're seeing the higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. But if RTY loses momentum into these highs and we're also at our pivot here on NQ, that will lead to a more drastic sell and a sell with a bit more follow through and confidence because the rest of the market is also showing weakness at the same time. So I'm using it more so as a gauge of like where we should be looking to operate and where that weakness is most likely going to occur and where we're gonna have the most follow through potential. Yeah. And again, like if you're just treating this as balance, like there's nothing wrong with playing these top edges, but understand that that is what we're doing until we see that Russell breakdown. It's just higher low, higher low, higher low. We're finally getting our POC shift here on NQ. What's up, club? ES also getting its POC shift here. So we'll watch to see if this holds as offer or if we can step back above them and then rotate back up to our POC shift that's much higher. So if POC holds here at our edges on NQ and ES and we hold it as offer, then we'll look for that continuation down. If these flip and then go supportive, then we're going to be looking at our targets to wherever that those POCs were previously. Yeah, I saw that. Anything to make some more money. Everything is going to be a derivative of a derivative of a derivative. It's going to be crazy. Actual Banana Republic vibes. If you're trading off our top edge here, I think this is your first risk off as Russell comes into our low. You need to be looking to potentially take some profit here. This is also just watching to see if we get higher lows. So we come back down into our mid on NQ and ES into our lows. Watch Russell, see if we can flip this to lead us down. Again, just treating this as balance. POC of our previous candle here. Value low on ES. of our previous candle. So it's a good first risk off, and then we'll watch to see if we flip and if Russell can start to lead down again, or if this is all we get. Hopefully that makes sense. Immediate bid across, watching. Do you see how that's a much better look if we're just coming back up to our previous seller? Like, that's an opportunity to play. But you don't want to be doing it anywhere else because you don't
Eastern
have
time. Trump
the information. Right?
Israel Prime Minister Benjamin
really that
Netanyahu.
simple. It's like we know where one seller is, so let's look to either operate at that one seller that we know of, or wait for a break of our uptrend and look for that catalyst, the same catalyst that we used to play the downtrend on NQ and ES when Russell broke through and was having that bearish movement, right? Like, you either operate where known sellers are and we look for that participation, just like we operate where known buyers potentially are, right? Just at this POC and this value low. And we treat it as a range until proven otherwise. Like, it is what it is. Don't make your life more difficult. Trade where participants are participating. I know, it's a crazy concept. As soon as you start to get greedy, that's when the market is going to ruin you and you give up all your gains. Full rotations here on NQ and ES with Russell holding our lows. No shit. Hopefully this was a great example of that. We're seeing that full oscillation here on RTY and how that affected the market and gave us our higher low on NQ and ES. Yes or no? Do you see it? We know what we need for the follow through. We're waiting to see if that'll ever give it to us. Until then, you take your risk off into that low. Treat it as an oscillation. Respect it. Does that make sense? Are we following?
Francis Macron says Europe should invest in mining critical materials and build strategic reserves.
Hello? Friends? Are we on the same page or no? You blowing up your account right now? Is that why you're not talking to me? Is that why you're not responding? You guys are just too busy giving back all your gains? Got it. Okay, good job. Listen, I'm really you're telling me to chill. I need a verbal answer. To make sure that I'm not that you're following. Too many chasers in the chat that ignore me on initial setups and then try to play second or third moves. Too many chasers. I know you people too well.
Macron says the only way to increase the EU budget is joint debt.
They said, who's wearing a Valentino? Like the hot sauce? that what you're saying? Dude, I don't know anything about perfumes or colognes. No. I don't know a single thing.
In 5 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Trump, who's meeting Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
In my opinion, it's a red flag that you know the name of it, even. So, I don't know, man. How long did it take you to get fluent or good where you are at now in futures? Um, well, I've got a bit of a different background where I didn't start with futures, so I have like 8 years of options and stock experience before I was trading futures, and we were using futures as our gauge for our options trades a lot of the time for SPY and QQQ. So like I had already been building out my setups and my idea and having like a pretty solid understanding of how these indexes moved because we were already trading options on them on SPX, right? So like my it's a bit different because like I was already trading them, just not trading like NQ and ES itself. I would say it took me about a year of trading ES and RTY before I was comfortable trading NQ because the speed was a bit crazy for me on NQ at first, and it was hard to read the DOM and follow what was going on. And then I became basically a full-time NQ trader after that. I became more comfortable trading ES and just getting a bit more familiar with the price action and the DOM movement and knowing like what like liquidity looked like on it, what was real, what was an outlier. So that took me a bit of time to feel comfortable with the actual movement on DOM for execution. But like structure wise and setup wise, these are the same setups we've been using. Like nothing has changed about that. It's just the execution is what took work because whenever you trade something new instrument wise, you have to become very familiar with like the usual liquidity setups, and you have to become familiar with like what's normal size, what isn't normal size, what's an outlier, what does absorption look like, right? Like all of those things are unique instrument to instrument in my opinion. The events that I looked for when I was trading a lot of crypto short term are very different than the events that I look for when I'm trading NQ specifically. So
Fed Schmidt says
that took a bit of
Congress and
time.
executive branch may want to stoke the economy. The Fed needs to maintain balance between jobs and inflation.
But like structure wise and like our value areas and like trading based off of our volume profile structure, none of that has shifted, right? Like our structure is great, and we've been trading off of that for ages. But again, it's just the execution and becoming familiar with the instrument and how it moves. That's what took time. And I was really uncomfortable trading NQ at first. My first year trading futures, I didn't touch it because it was just too violent for me, and the risk was it was just too violent compared to ES. And I even told people that like when Mario and I first traded futures, we didn't trade NQ. We traded ES only because NQ was just too violent at the time. But now that I've become more familiar with it, and I have a much better grasp of its movements and its usual rotations, it's just that's like all I trade now because it's just so rewarding. You never trade options anymore? Not really, man. There's no need. The only time I really trade options is if like I've got like a hankering for a lotto or I'm hedging my long term. That's really it. So like I'm like actually using options for like
City
the
sees
reason why
Fed rate
options were
cuts
created in the
beginning in
first
May
place, right?
versus
It's like a
March
hedging
previously.
vehicle. There's just no reason to um like we've got such a better day trading vehicle with futures. There's zero reason to trade short-term options for the most part, in my opinion, unless you're gonna be doing something like Braxton. And like Braxton is really good at what he does, like very limited risk, multi-leg spreads. But like that requires you to fully focus on that and like watch those things. And if I'm going to be focusing on futures, it doesn't make sense to split my time between the two. It just really doesn't. It's just not worth it. Yeah, especially if you're trying to day trade. Like, I think with options, most of your money is made in the first hour or your last hour of the day, right? Like, so trying to sit here and trade multiple hours throughout the session with options just feels kind of like a fool's errand for the most part, where like most of your money is made from the overnight swing and then closing into open. Like, that's just statistically true. So if we're going to try to capture internal, rotations during the day, intraday rotations, it's better to trade something that doesn't have PDT and that we can do quick movements on that's still leveraged. And that's futures, right? It's just a much better medium for that. Because most of you don't have accounts that don't have PDT. So if I'm looking for a scalp that's taking, 5 minutes, 1 minute, and you only have 3 to 5 trades at your disposal for the entire week, that's not a great setup for you. And you're going to be more inclined to hold a losing position to zero because you are unwilling to de-risk because you have a limited amount of trades you can take for the week. It's just bad. Futures, there is no PDT, right? You can take as many trades as you want. And so if you're looking to scalp and to day trade, it's a much better medium. If you want to trade options, again, like I would trade first hour or last hour for most of your setups. Everything else is just kind of like theta decay. Yeah, but the risk is much higher with futures. Trading overnight. You have to be up bigly already for that to make sense. And a lot of you, if you're trading like on a real account, probably don't have the liquidity to actually hold overnight on the positions that you're trading. They require a bit more margin. And it's just not realistic for me to look for trades for you guys to like, oh, like here, I'm looking for you guys to hold this trade overnight. Like it's far and few the people who are actually going to do that. Rather, like if you're going to trade an option overnight, you know your risk is limited, and so like that you're much more comfortable trading that for that to go to zero. Whereas like NQ or ES trying to hold that overnight, like that'll just liquidate you if you're wrong. like it doesn't. They don't care. I'll take your house, bud. Yeah. All right, we're building out a bit more structure now. Let's just watch to see what we do here. We've got quite a bit of liquidity that's now offsides above us on ES. I'd love to see a solid reoffer of this area before rotations back down. Now that we have a setup here with that, same thing on NQ. Watch to see how we push back into these lower. See if like we can put in a lower high here as we push down. Reoffering this, trapping this liquidity here for rotations back. That setup might already be in play and we might be missing this move. We'll just have to wait and watch. Where would we be headed though? That's the question. So let's watch to see if we find a bounce here and then reject and then rotate below for this rotation. Trapping this liquidity offsides. I don't know if we're going to get this first leg or if we're immediately going to second leg. I'm not sure. I'm watching to see if we bounce here at our value high of previous on both ES and NQ, and then we'll look to see if we get the reoffer or if this is going to just flip back into this range, and then we trade through said range. Right? I don't know yet. I'm watching, seeing our reaction here.
Going to Axios, Trump is meeting now with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. So Citi sees Fed rate cuts in April versus March previously.
There's your bounce. Watch to take off here. If you're looking, this is where we watch to see if we get a lower high reoffer here. You're playing off of this edge, following our pathing. You can try to leave a runner if you think that we're going to continue upwards, but this is where we want to see if sell side sits. Hopefully that's you understand that. It's just bouncing off our top edge. Now let's watch to see if our offer sits here and we flip for a lower high, keeping this liquidity off sides, or if this can flip to supportive. Unsure. Holding a higher low so far. Sellers still holding our 40s. Watching. We need to breach highs for this to invalidate, or sell side will just maintain this. ES looks a bit better with Russell being also able to hold a higher low, but it's just retesting our POC to value of our previous candle here. Just watching. Again, just it's fine to hold a runner to try to look for the upside, but understand that it has potential to offer and continue to maintain here. I don't have any more context other than the bounce here, and the flip will give us our secondary leg. If we flip above and support this on the upside, then we'll look for this to then continue higher. It's just a hold of our previous structure. Yes, first clue here with Russell, just took out highs, so sell side is kind of invalidated short term. NQ, we're looking for follow through to see if we're going to get any more. We need to take out that 60 to 70, flip it so that we can go up. Again, this is just us bouncing our previous structure on NQ and ES here at this POC to value, right? This is where we expected buyers to be. They were there. We've taken off risk into our known seller here, and now we're watching to see if we can continue to maintain these highs.
Supreme Court schedules.
Or if this is going to flip at the highs for continuation up, or flip at the lows
US
for
software
continuation
found
down.
full. CrowdStrike down 0.9%. Adobe down 2.6%.
Just watching this 40 to 70 to figure it out. RTY still leading up, so just keep that in mind. Sell leg is going to be very hard if RTY continues to push up. We have 30 seconds until new 15s. They are trying to drive price up to close above POC of our previous candle here, trapping this liquidity into these lows. That's the setup that they're trying to do on both ES and NQ, right? They want us to be able to sustain above this into our new 15s, keeping these guys off sides. So let's see what they do, but they are trying to set up a right side of V here, definitely. No confirmation as of yet, but they are definitely attempting. NQ high is still more holding at our 70. Watching to see what our bid does here. This is our value high of our previous candle here on NQ, as well as ES. See if we can find a bid, and then if we can flip with that high and then bid off of it, or if we're just going to rotate. Did you hold your runner to 100s from yesterday? I don't remember. What was 100s? I put my last trade in chat. When I said I went flat, I went flat. So if that's what you're asking, no, I didn't trade anything after that. I don't remember what the price was there. Yeah, I can look real quick. See where I closed. But I didn't hold anything yesterday. My last trade, I closed at 220. 223. That was my last trade. Was me getting closed out. I just flattened out. This was went to 1,000, and then I was being greedy for the last leg into 160 or 150, whatever we were looking for. I think it was 160. But we just didn't have enough time, and I had other stuff to do, so I just closed. I can't be bothered to watch Globex action. If I'm not up already like 200 points, there's just no point. The gap up or gap down potential on Globex is just too damn high without a really solid higher average. At least for me. I can't. I'd need to like keep my eye on it for the rest of the night. It's rough.
To WAPO, Trump administration pulls National Guard troops from Los Angeles, and the Trump administration pulls National Guard troops from Chicago. The Trump administration also pulls National Guard troops from Portland.
So are you guys able to start to recognize that that shift in momentum from our original sell in the day and then what we're doing now? Can you guys feel the difference? Are you starting to feel it and be able to recognize like when markets start to shift out of that trend, that lost momentum? Like it's a very different market now into this last hour compared to what it was when I first got on, right? Being able to recognize that difference is super important so that you don't continue to try to take trades with that same feeling, right? That same expectation. You have to recognize when things start to shift on you. It's super important as a skill to learn because without it, right, like you give up a lot of your gains looking for continuation where continuation just isn't ready, right? We see that a lot into the second part of our day, right, into our afternoons where our moves happen, but they take about 3 times as long as it's in the morning. Like a lot of the things where I'm like, okay, I'm going to leave.
The Washington Post citing the U.S. Northern Command on National Guard withdrawal.
When I'm like, all right, I'm gonna leave, but I'm gonna leave my position open. It's because my expectation is that this is gonna chop around for the next 2 hours, but nothing's gonna invalidate. Whereas in the morning, right, like our moves happen like this 90% of the time, right? Like they're super quick. And that's why I personally like the mornings, is because we can get our money and then we can run. And then like if we get the continuation, great, but expect, like 3 hours of chop while we wait for it to happen. From 11:30 to 2:30, basically. And then it's like, do I need to sit there? No, right? We'll play the initial momentum, play that move down, and then as soon as we start to pause, we'll recognize like, okay, we're getting that shift. Upside is holding our pivots here so far. Again, it's just holding our value of our previous structure, rotating up. So we've gotten our upside setups so far. Let's see if we get anything else.
We have posted the article from the Washington Post on the feed for those interested.
I'd like to be able to add to this NQ position if we can flip over 70s, but nothing yet. I just have one runner here from 200 from our bid of that low. I took off most of my size into 30 to 40. And now just watching to see if we flip. Yes, I have one position left as well at 61.20. Just watching this hold of our lows here. Again, there's no short until we flip back into this value or show
Benjamin
that this high is going to maintain.
Marco Rubio prior to the Trump meeting.
Russell continuing to push up, held our lows, right? So there's no validation of our continuation down like we talked about. And until Russell loses that momentum, there's no reason to be looking for it, right? That was our first signs. As soon as we started to bounce these lows, we got our oscillation. And then we held our top of balance and rotated back up. So until we see Russell find that next sell point, what are we doing other than just treating this as a right side of E? Doesn't make sense not to. See if we get the setup on NQ for anything else, or if this is going to continue to hold. We want to breach these highs and then show interest. Then we can start to rotate up. Until then, just higher lows, higher lows, higher lows with Russell leading. Does that make sense? Do you follow that understanding, the logic there? Yes, yes, makes sense. Okay. Remember our rules, right? We don't short ADR. We don't look for continuation if the original thing that was leading down stops moving down until we see something new, right? Like those are the rules to me. So I'm closing my shorts into ADR. I'm then watching for structure to build to see if we get another leg. I'm waiting for structure to build so that we have a setup. I'm watching Russell, which was our thing that was leading down the most in the beginning of the day, that then led to a breakdown, and then NQ and ES to follow through into our gap, which was target. As soon as Russell stops selling, we have to be like, oh, okay, well, if Russell, the thing that was starting to push the market down, has stopped, that momentum is shifting, right? It is a change in our narrative. And so we now have to be ready for that. And like, if Russell doesn't want to continue to lead down, then we need to be like, okay, the market can drift back up to higher time frame sellers before we can position again. And it's like, okay, well, higher lows are intact. We haven't broken that. No one's off sides that needs to be. Okay, well, then we have to wait until those factors are met before we can take our next sell, or we are going to be in a world of hurt, getting stopped out over and over and over again before the setup is ready. Has anything invalidated about a continuation down as of yet? No, right? But we don't want to be trying to enter the short over and over and over again if higher lows are still maintaining and nothing has validated that the short is ready yet, right? You can be right on the higher time frame and still be wrong on the shorter time frame. So your options are either to, have no position and wait for that short setup to actually meet the criteria, or you can counter trend scalp with the most recent buyer, right? The most recent participants, and play the higher lows and play the right side of the V off of our POCs holding us supportive and our structure holding, right? From our little micro ranges, just like we have been doing, and play that back up until that shifts. Those are your options, right? You can counter trend scalp while we wait, or you can wait for the structure to break down and for your short idea to start validating, right? Going through your checklist. Do we have a participant who's offsides? Do we have a leading future index or a stock that is performing that we can play off of where we expect a loss of momentum? If we have that criteria, then you can look for trades. But don't just blindly look for shorts or blindly look for longs because we are somewhere. Everything should be based off of, multiple criteria to give you the best opportunity. Market took out high and is generally coming back down to POC of our previous candle here on NQ. Watching to see if we find a bid. We'd have to get back over 40s for longs to be viable again for higher low. Or this will be where we'll meet our seller here as we push down into this, and then we'll look for a lower offer, and then we'll look for this rotation down. We need to find Russell's point where it's going to bounce as well. But keep your eye on NQ here as we push down into this. And then we watch for a lower high. I don't have anything on ES structure-wise as of yet. Now that we've gotten this move, we're just gotta wait to see what we do as we push back down. But I do expect this bounce here on NQ, and then a retest of our 3740 area. Just to see if the seller is actually serious. Push into this guy. If we immediately flip this, then we'll have something, but I doubt that we just lose this buyer. On first test, at least. Tried the long over 70, but got stopped. That's fine. As soon as we stopped holding, you gotta either learn to flip for the rotation back through off of the failure, or just wait for a better setup. Like trying just to a look, because we looked over 70, isn't the greatest criteria in the world. We want to see acceptance. So like us wicking into it is not what you really want to see. I wouldn't look to bid off of this. Like, where's the confidence in that move? Just because we get to a target doesn't mean that you take a trade. Again, this is literally what I was just talking about. Like, what's the criteria? We'll watch for a bounce here, by the way, and then watch to see how we retest into this. Like, this is where you're longing, Ali. And then you're looking for your offer into 30. It's the bottom of our range. Until we see acceptance outside of our range, like it doesn't really make sense to do anything other than that. Right? Like, this is a much better long than trying to long the secondary move. Like I said, like you're kind of a FOMOer. You missed the primary, and now you're trying to trade your top edge. Whereas that's a secondary look rather than the primary. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're still FOMOing. You just need to be able to recognize it. It's not like an insult. I'm not trying to like shit on you. It's just like you need to recognize that it's like, okay, I was unwilling to play our bottom edge. So now I'm now looking for a trade that hasn't validated yet into our new 15s at the top of our edge, and I need to know that if I fail to sustain here, that we will rotate back through, right? Because this is a range. So if we can't hold in our tail of our range for upside, then I need to then recognize that sell side can take advantage and rotate us back down to where the bid is. And then from here, how do we play balance? Well, we know that there's a buyer here. We need to see how much the buyer is going to sustain and if they are going to be able to maintain a lower high. So what we should be watching for is, what is our reaction here? Are we able to get a lift? And where is that primary seller? Primary seller should be situated into this 30 to 40. So we'll watch for a little bit of relief here, and then we'll watch for a lower offer into the top of our balance, and then we'll watch to see if that seller sits, for then a continuation and flip of our pivot here at our 170, 190. If we can get that, then we know that sell side's in control, and then this is a secondary opportunity for a offer. Right? That's just balance. Right? Like, how do you think we get a channel down? Well, that's because our offer is lowering. Right? So, like, if we flip this, then we can look to play off of that because we see a seller that's clearly sitting. But we need to show that interest here, and then we'll play off this sweep. Yes, exactly. Also a riskier trade on my part because we're still trending down. And again, like, risk is fine, but understand where your invalidation is and understand, like, if we can't hold those highs, that we're gonna rotate back down to that bid, right? Where that buyer was, into the bottom of our edge. And until we see some sort of shift outside of this, we shouldn't expect anything other than this bounce to occur, right? So you're asking, like, what does a flip actually look like? Well, a flip will look like our seller participating here where we thought they would, right? Meeting our expectation, and then the flip below this for our offer. Because that's telling us that, first of all, these buyers are going to remain offsides. We're then seeing our offer shift here for a lower high. And then we'll then see a seller then shift down below our buyer, right? We're trading within a range. So if we can find our expectations and we can plan out what we're looking for, then that gives us the criteria to then be like, oh yeah, like, this flip makes sense now, because nothing is invalidated about what we were watching for. We expected buy side liquidity here, but we also expected our seller to be here. Now from this move, is this buyer still present, or can we flip below, seeing that this offer is now lowering, right? This seller is being respected. You have a narrative in mind. Play the narrative. If it doesn't meet your narrative, then you shouldn't be looking for something new. If the offer is unwilling to move down, right, and trade at a lower price and not do the full rotation back up, then that's a pretty good sign that we're not getting another leg down, right? Like we need that lower high, and then we need to then see that flip below with size and speed for this to make sense. Because if we just chop here, then nothing has changed. This buyer is still willing to absorb into these lows, and we're going to rotate back up to the seller until something changes. So we really want to see this lower participation, and then we want to see speed through this buyer, showing that they're stepping out of the way, and then we can play our reoffer there. Right? Until then, it's balance. We already know that we've identified this guy as our buyer, right? We've identified this guy as our seller. Now you're trading in between them until something shifts. So our first signs of shifts are our top edge, right? Where we expected that offer to be. So you can either enter here for this rotation back down, making this trade now free, right? Or you can watch for this shift below and then play this as your risk. There's not much else to do here other than either trade your top edge of balance or wait for the breakdown and look for a secondary with context. Hopefully that makes sense. Right? Like this is like, if you can learn this, how to trade balance and the expectations that you should be looking for, like you can make money in most markets on most time frames. Just understanding that offside liquidity and then that offer lowering or that bid rising, right? Like if you can understand that, you're in a very good position to make money because you now have a setup that meets that's met on a daily basis, right? The market is in a ranging state for most of the RTH sessions. We aren't in an expanding state very often during RTH compared to a state of rest. So if you can learn how to trade rest on multiple time frames, you're putting yourself in a position to be able to trade on a daily basis, not having to wait for a trending day to make money. Bid found again, rotating back up. Let's back up to our offer here at our 30 to 40. Off of our bounce again, off of our 170 to 190. Just full rotation. We're watching to see if this liquidity remains sell or if we flip. Same thing on ES, no change. Russell, no change. Again, it's just a range. Watch to see if we get an offer here or not. Sell side should be here, if anywhere. If we can flip and hold above 70s, just like last time, then we'll look for more. Until then, this is where we expect our offer to be sitting into POC of this candle. The bid remains in the lows. If we get back below 30, or if the bid's going to hold here and then pop over 70. If we get back below, then we'll look for another rotation back down to our initial bid down into that low at 190. If the bid can hold here, where our previous sell was, then it's a good first sign of context of us trying to attempt for the look over. It's just ranging, right? So is our seller going to maintain here? And then do we then look back in, trapping this liquidity once again? Or can we find a higher little bid here from where our previous sell was and then look above our 70 for continuation? I don't know. I don't have the answer for you. All I know is where your risk is best used, right? At our edges. We've identified them. RTY continuing to lead up. ES retesting highs, flagging. NQ battling for our POC shift here. New 15s open in 30 seconds. Just in our range. Watching our reoffer now. New 15s again should hopefully give us an idea. Of what we want to do.
Germany's Mertz says Europe needs to close growth gap with the US and China. Reminder, Germany Chancellor Merz currently speaking at the Antwerp Summit. We do have a video on the feed for those interested.
As we push down into this 202, should be your first risk off if you're playing off the top edge. This is POC of previous candle. If we can flip this and then offer below 170, then we'll have more. But again, this is your first risk off as we come back down into these lows. Just chop and balance while we wait. Again, this is a great first risk off into the bottom of our range, just following our expectations from our pathing that we've laid out. If we can flip and hold and make a lower high, then we can get more, but don't expect more until something has been proven otherwise, like that this buyer is no longer here, right? Just there's no reason to do anything other than trade our edges with the limited risk that you have. Either you're buying this low or you're selling those highs, following our pathing until we see some sort of shift. Context is everything.
Johnny's Mert says EU companies falling behind in AI due to complex rules.
Oh, Lord. Full rotation, no change. Just lower highs, lower highs, lower highs being put in. RTY is still just chopping sideways. ES doing our range from our yellow zone back down to our previous yellow zone. NQ just into our bid where we've absorbed so far. Just watching to see how we interact here as we dip down into this liquidity and seeing if we can find a bid back over 200s or if offer sticks here and then flips us back below 170. I don't have an answer for you, right? It's just a range until proven otherwise, but we have context, which is we held our highs as offer and we put in lower highs ever since. What we're going to be watching for here, I think, is can the bid maintain this low and flip us, or do we stop out this liquidity from our wick low here and then re-offer this area from the look below, allowing us for another leg down. Until proven otherwise, right, we have to expect that there is going to be a buyer who tries to absorb here and then tries to put in a higher low that rotates us back up. But that we do have a seller who is desperately trying to push us down. I think it'll just be based off of what the Russell does as we push. Again, it's just bottom of balance, so you should be mostly risked off. You can try to hold for a continuation down, or you can look to try the bid as soon as we can flip back over 200s, right? Like I don't, that's the only context I can give you. Either you're looking for the continuation down off of the lower highs and the offer for the flip, or you're looking for that bid to step back up, this absorption to occur, and then for us to rotate back up to our seller above. New 15s opening in 20 seconds, 15 seconds. It is pushing back down into our lower ranges here. Excuse me. And Q and ES. Wick low is just taken. Let's see if that's all they do and they flip us back up, or if this can hold and then we can actually get a real look below. You can see them trying here with size on footprint. Yes, almost full rotation here back into our lows. Again, I think right now we're just testing this wick low. And then if we flip back over 200s, that we probably go up instead of down. But if offer can sustain below 170, then you'll have some follow through. Just gotta watch to see what we do now. New 15s have opened. Just watching.
ECB Schnabel says Europe is a continent with huge potential. The Schnabel just commenting in a speech in Vienna.
RTY bouncing off our anchored VWAP low. ES, bottom of our range. Watching our retest here into our 70 to 200 on NQ for a reoffer if it's going to get it.
Heads up, UK Chancellor Reeves is speaking at the London School of Economics, saying that the UK's future is inextricably bound with that of Europe.
It looks like they're going to go for a trap first. We'll see. Russell's just at our AV WAP, so it's a bit tough to get any more momentum downside wise, especially with ES holding our bottom of range. My guess here is that we probably trade up to 215 and then create some offside liquidity and then look back below 170 again for continuation down. But we'll see. We're still holding where we need to. There's been no invalidation, but the longer that we fail to gain any momentum down, the more likely that feels is some sort of trap here. Let's see. We just need Russell follow through. Keep going down. Same with ES weakness. That'd be ideal. Or we're just going to rotate up our range again. I'm more than happy to stop out here if we flip over 200s and then look to reevaluate as we push back up into 215, 220. It's no problem. This might take, 2 attempts for the next leg. Again, I think it's just a retest into this POC, a previous candle, and then we're going to look to see if they fail and then rotate us back down off of this, trapping this liquidity here above our 200 stop. Just keeping an eye on it. Just back into our range now. Watching to see if our offer sticks here. If it does, then I'll play the flip back below 170 once again. If we get something like this, that'll lead to then trap liquidity here. But if the bid happens and then we're able to rotate up, then we have to play upside, not downside. But I'm just keeping an eye on this. This is a pretty classic failure at our low balance and then rotation back up to our previous seller kind of move while we wait for context on the rest of the market. It sucks getting stopped out on our runner there, but it is what it is. Gotta wait. Market wasn't ready. So just back into our rotation. Offer at 220 so far. Let's see if we then flip back below. It's a pretty classic stop out, in my opinion. Just need to see if we can flip back below 170 for anything more, or if this is going to hold. We'll see. Bid holding so far at our low. It's back to our 20s. I have no interest in this range unless you're going to try to buy the low. There's nothing here. We're just watching to see if sell side holds this POC and then pushes below 170. That's at least what I'm waiting for. We have a minute 50 until new 15s. Just a recovery of our low, right? Like these traders are now offsides. Off of a failure to shift below. Russell and ES bouncing. $50 seconds. I'm not shorting 20s, by the way. Like that should be obvious by the chart and my risk profile that I have on chart. I'm just looking for sell side to be present here if this sell leg is going to happen. I'm not shorting the middle of our balance. That's crazy. But it is our first context clue that this is what I'd be looking for this to be a trap. If you are shorting 20s, your first risk off is 200, the bottom of our balance. Don't be crazy.
Reeves says, I hope for more concrete progress in EU talks very soon. Reeves adds that further integration with the EU will require more alignment.
Again, this has to be your first risk off if you're shorting off of 20. Just keep an eye on it as we come back down into our lows here. If we can flip this and then look below, then we'll have a really solid trap. Until proven otherwise, the bid is sitting here. See if we can get some Russell follow through as well.
Reeves says that we could have deeper EU alignment in some sectors.
Again, your only option is either to bid below here for the rotation up, or we'll see this trap hold at our mid of our range at our 220, and then we'll look for that shift below 170 with the sweeper down, trapping this liquidity here. That's all I see. Russell is in the middle of its range as well, off of a hold of our lows. Russell is bouncing off our anchored VWAP, where we have a supportive bid. So you're either bidding this for rotations back up to our original offer with this trapped liquidity below, or you're trading the range.
The yen
now that we've
rises
entered
more
back
than
in.
1% session high at around 152.75 per dollar.
If there is no interest below, then we can't force it. Does that make sense? Okay. Just back up into our offer here again. Secondary risk off. We should expect push higher because we trapped liquidity lower, but just understand that this is our primary seller here. But I would like to see us continue higher now that we've held and showed interest at our lower edge with this trap. We'll see what we do. But I would expect that we break highs with that trapped liquidity below. Just watching our mid of our range to see if we find a bid. context-wise, watching to see if we can find like a bid here and then go up to show that interest, or if we'll fully rotate. But I think it's worth leaving a runner if you are playing off that edge now that we've have that liquidity. Again, just watch to see if we find a bid in the mid. That would be a good sign that we want to continue higher. If we don't, then it's just another range trade. But that would be your first context clue, is if we could find a bid here at this like 210, 220 area for a higher low. ES, full rotation, just of our range, of our two zones. I'm not trading ES. That's all you're getting out of it for me. Just zone to zone balance. Watching now to see if we get any sort of secondary move here, or if it's gonna just fully rotate back on us on NQ. Failure to hold the higher low. There was an attempt, but Russell's just very weak. ES top of range. Just back down to our bid here. We'll see if we hold. I have nothing new. Just a range rotation. We were looking for the higher low. It didn't happen. Just back down to our bid. You aren't going to get a breakout or a breakdown until we see that offer at a lower point. The reason why this 20 matters is because this is where we got our sell leg, right? It's the middle of our range. It's where we saw a bounce off of our lows that did not rotate up to our highs. Yes? So I'm looking for the same sort of context where we'll hold the mid of our balance for a supportive move if we're ever going to break out. I'd expect the same sort of presence to be there. Right? Do you see how on the sell side leg down, we got our lower high, and then from our bid here, we then saw another lower high, which offered and then rotated us down. And then we got our offer at our 170, which then led to a downside move. We then tried to consolidate here. This failed. We then rotated back up to our 220 and then found a bid and then rotated our range, right? So this level has some merit. And now we need to wait to see what we're going to do. Until then, we are in a range that is very
Besson
small.
says job numbers have exceeded expectations.
If we can bid like this,
It's
for
not clear
that
where he's speaking at the moment. We'll
where
find
the
out
seller
shortly.
goes supportive, right? Or that next leg up, or if we're just going to continue to rotate this. With Russell holding where it is, and with ES holding where it is, I like the upside leg a lot more than the downside leg with this trapped liquidity here.
Today's job numbers have exceeded expectations.
We'll know it's ready when we hold the mid and then we get the bid, just like we held the low
post.
for the push down. But with us trapping this liquidity down here, and with ES never leaving our range, and with Russell continuing to just find liquidity and bouncing, it makes sense that upside ties the win as of right now. So we'll see. Just back up to our highs here. If you're playing the range, this is where we sell. If you're looking for the higher low, leave a runner. Understand that if it fails, we're just going to rotate right back to your original average. So your stop needs to be below. I'm not looking for a short until we either, you can look for a short here into this top edge, or you can look for it on the pushback below 170. I personally, with us holding where we are, am not looking for a short until we push back below, which is what I told you. What are my zones on ES? My zones on ES are just where we found our bid last. It's the value low here at 50. And it's the POC here at 57. It's just where we found our primary buyer on the leg up. That gave us the right side of V. This zone above here on ES is just where we saw our sellers start to step in on the push down. So it's just us traversing between the supply from our original leg down and the bid that's shown itself on the initial leg up. That's all. Top of our balance here again. Again, I'm watching to see if we can breach. With this trapped liquidity below, I'm much more bullish than I am bearish for this range, context-wise. So I will not stop out of my long until we flip below, and then I will play this. But until I see something new, it makes sense that we go higher because we have trapped liquidity lower. If Russell starts to divert from that plan, then we can change our minds. Same thing on ES, just into our highs here. We have a known seller here. We've rotated from our lows. It is a full rotation, but we should start to see some bid squeeze because of the trapped liquidity below. So it makes more sense risk to reward wise to try to leave a runner and play that low because of that trapped liquidity off of the failure to flip. Isn't order flow inaccurate on TradingView? That's what I've heard, not sure. I wouldn't trust it as your primary order flow. I have charts off screen. Into our highs here in 76 with our push and catalyst, ES pushing up as well. Now let's see if we can flip and hold. This is a great secondary risk off, and let's see if we can now build a flag here. Does that make sense? Do we have context of like that failure at the lows, the flip, and then the recovery of like this isn't super important to understand the relationship of balance of what we're watching for and what our expectations are. Like the only way that I get this sell after this failure for the secondary move is if we then flip back below this and then trap, right? Then we play the sweep of whatever this would be for a continuation down on a reoffer. Until then, I cannot short the mid and I'm not shorting this edge. So the only opportunity I have is playing this back down with this liquidity then being trapped. Just like we have liquidity trapped down here below our edge, I'd be looking at this then to be a trapped liquidity, and then I'd be playing this offer for the rotation through. This is an incredibly important concept to grasp, because the people who don't grasp this concept are going to hold their short for the entire rotation back up to our highs instead of just playing the inverse when we lost validity in our short setup. Now we have a squeeze on our hands because of that trapped liquidity below. Do you understand? If not, it's you can say I don't understand and then I'll go over it, and because it's an incredibly important concept to grasp of like knowing when you're wrong and then playing the reverse. There was no trapped liquidity on ES. We never left our range. The trapped liquidity was on NQ. Range-wise, we never did anything to invalidate our range. There was zero trapped liquidity on ES in the sense of what I'm talking about. Did we absorb sellers into the low? Yeah, definitely. But we never invalidated our range. and we still haven't invalidated our range on ES. So I can't explain something that didn't happen. This liquidity event took place on NQ. Please go over that again. Okay. This is our downside pathing. This is what we are watching for. Why does this matter? Well, we understand that if we can get back into this previous balance that we traded, which was our low, where we took our short off, we are watching for this value to POC to go resistant. If they continue to fail here to build below this edge, right, which is, again, context-wise, we are watching to see if this buyer is gone. We've seen immediate bounces off this area over and over again, and we're trading in a rectangle. Sell side tried here to build below, right, to build below this. We tried. We failed, right? We tried to hold, it didn't work. We were looking for this rotation back down to this value low. With this failure, we then have to then look for the bid to be over or above again, where we've seen this buyer over and over again. So this liquidity here, where these sellers were trying to shift value back down, is now trapped. So what do we have above? Well, we have a already confirmed range. So as soon as we trade into this, our options are two things. We have two options. We look for where our seller was last, which was here, right, at the middle of our range. Right, this is the mid, our 50%. So I'd expect that if sell side was serious and we burned out here, right, we would push up, we would trap liquidity here, and then we would get a lower high, a sweep down, and then we would play off of this again and a look back in. Then all of a sudden this liquidity would be trapped. Just like we have liquidity trapped down here, we would then have a buyer who's trapped here. This would be your catalyst to let us know that we can then play this to the downside, because we failed to sustain a bid where the bid was previously off of a look back in. That's the most important concept. But what we'd see instead is a hold of this low off of our reaction at our area that we cared about, giving us an idea that we want to continue to range trade. The continued hold here is just our buyer reestablishing themselves in the exact same area. So all that we've done is confirm that this liquidity is absolutely cooked, right? Because they're continued to remain off sides, and we've recovered our buyer who was here before in our range. So if this liquidity is trapped below and this buyer is back and showing interest here again, absorbing, then does it make sense that we break these highs? Yeah, because now we have a catalyst, right? This liquidity is trapped, which allows for us to look for that rotation above those highs. Does that make sense? We failed the sell side context, so the buy side context is now valid. If we didn't get the sell here and we couldn't get the sweep below, then there is no short because we got stopped out on our short attempt. So it's just the bid. The bid is recovered. Sell side has failed. We are back in balance, and now we are trading our balance high. So now buyers are trying to build above our previous sell. And if we can build here, then we can look up. But we should watch now, because we've punished these sellers here, which has allowed us of a break of our highs. Now we're watching to see if we get continuation, or if we're going to fail here into our highs, rotate back below, and then rotate through our range again. I don't have the answer for you. All I know is that where this liquidity was, we should expect a break of these highs because we've punished that liquidity. It's a balance, right? You trade your balance edges. Yeah, it makes sense, but is there a possibility that sellers could have stepped in at the top? How do you know when the auction is truly about to be over? You don't, like, of course sellers could step in. Sellers can step in anywhere, but context clues are letting you know that we now have trapped liquidity and that they will be punished. Do we have to have follow through that sustains? No, but we're not acting there, right? We're not attempting to buy at our highs. We've bought here. right? Off of the recovery. So it doesn't matter if we don't get follow through because we've already played the range trade. Now just move your stop up. Don't worry about ifs, right? We have expectations, but we allow the trade to play and we play at our edges that matter. You don't need to bid these highs. Yes, we could fail here. That, of course. But it's all about the context of understanding where that seller sits and then playing the zone, playing the mechanical setup of this offside liquidity. You have to respect your edges and balance. And as soon as we recover it, you play it. Could we have been stopped out? Sure. But then I would have played the short at 170, like I already told you. Right? Like, I don't really understand your question. We should expect that this high was taken because we have trapped liquidity below. Go and backtest it. That's all I can say. Don't trust me on it. Go backtest it. Now let's see what we do up here. Can we flag and sustain above our highs, or are we going to flip back in and then rotate our range, trapping this liquidity up here? ES and RTY have not been able to make new highs, which is not giving me a ton of confidence that we're going to have a sustained bid up here yet. Backtesting feels weird compared to live trading, maybe just me. Yeah, well, you got to get over it. I don't know what to tell you. You have to have a plan. You have to see that your plan has validity. And if you're only testing things live, that doesn't, like, I don't really understand what you're saying. Visionary, did that help you or no? I don't know how to explain these concepts better than I already have. I mean, this is the classic Mario setup from his setup video class. It's trapped liquidity. You're playing the balance on the recovery off of the failure of the lows. Like, I don't know how to explain this more than I already have every single day I've traded. So if you guys like still aren't grasping this, then you need to figure out what you don't understand so that I can better explain it, because I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. So you need to ask better questions, because I don't know. Can you guys not see that this liquidity is trapped here? Like, I like, honest question. Like, is that not obvious? What did we do on the open of the new candle that makes me want to look for this? What did we do here? Is this liquidity below? Did we open above our value high of our previous candle and our POC? Did we find a bid? Okay, well, we should look up then because this liquidity is now trapped. Like, is that, do you guys not see that? Hello? You're allowed to say you don't get it, but I need to know. Like, I don't, like, it's fine, but you have to ask questions then. Like, you're not gonna, if you're not backtesting and you refuse to backtest because it feels weird and you are unwilling and you're only going to forward test, like, you're limiting your education. And if you're not going to ask questions if you don't understand something, you're also limiting your education. It's going to take twice as long, 3 times as long, because you're limiting the practice that you can do. And like, I just, I don't get it. Like, why would you do that to yourself? Like, I'm more than willing to answer any questions you have right now. Use it as an opportunity. Like, use the opportunity. If not, then like, what are we doing? I have my doubts that we sustain up here. We'll see. This is Russell into VWAP off of holding our lows. ES and NQ just into previous day value structure. We'll see if we can recover. I would need to see us like very clearly flip over 300s for more. Just at our value edge here. This hold, or I don't really see the upside potential if we can't do this. This will just be a failure here, and then a rotation back down to our edge to retest to see if we're going to either bounce here and then look down for the full range rotation. We'll see. Just flagging now above our previous highs. We need to see ES and RTY show interest above these areas, or it's just the top of balance with no break. And we can't rely solely on NQ for the move to happen. Offer just sitting at 300 still, no change. Gotta flip it for anything more. Same with Russell showing an interest above the 71. ES above the 78. Without that, there's just no reason to be looking for higher. Let's see if we can do it. I want to see Russell follow through up in these highs, and I want to see ES and above our POC from previous candle and bidding it. There's an attempt now. Let's see if we can get follow through. We have 1 minute until new 15s. Let's see if we can sustain up here into new 15s. RTY, just a little look above, no holds. ES, same thing. NQ, same thing. New 15s opening 30 seconds. I agree, club. I agree.
Fed bids for 10-year notes total $11.9 billion.
I agree. I mean, I suggest you to watch the stream or go through our lessons. If you don't want to learn from me, then are you asking for like books? Is that what you're asking for? Because otherwise, I don't really understand your question. Because like I'm here. But if you don't want to use me, then there's a couple books that I could recommend. Are you looking for books? Like what? I need to understand what you're looking for. If you want some books, you haven't responded yet, so I don't know what to say, but here are 2 books that I recommend. Here's another book that I recommend. These 2 are free. This one costs money. If you join the Discord, you can get all of these books for free. They're posted. You can just download them. But these are a good base of the things that I'm talking about. Is ES considered trading in a range right now or uptrend? It's in a range, but it is trying to breach out of the range. You see how we're trading above our previous sellers, and the bid is now trying where that seller was. That's what we're watching for. Right, we're seeing if we can build above or a rotation up, or if this is going to fail here, right? And then rotate back.
So, reminder, at the top of the hour, we get the US selling $42 billion in 10-year notes, prior high yield of 4.173%, prior bid cover of 2.55. So it's looking at some commentary then from BMO Capital. They say the combination of payrolls and the short setup present a challenge for underwriting the new issue. And taking a look at the latest CFTC positioning data, it shows speculators were net short 186K ultra 10-year note futures and net short 729K 10-year note futures, potential sources of covering demand for the auction.
So right now there's no good opportunity to get into a trade is what I'm seeing. Yeah, the only thing that you can do is try to play off of POC of previous candle. That's literally it. I just recommended books to you, Android. You're gonna have to go back in chat. I don't know. That's you took like an hour to respond. That's crazy.
Zelensky says Russia so far isn't ready for an energy truce. There's no answer from Russia on energy truce proposal.
Yeah. So in a yeah, I can give you a lot of context, Leo. Give me 1 second. So this yellow box is the POC of our previous 15-minute candle. So what I refer to that is this is where I'd expect a bid to be if we were going to continue up higher in any sort of trend. Is I'd be watching this POC to value of our previous candle where this buyer was present before. So when I say like that's your only real opportunity right now, this is what I'm referring to, is this area here when we come back into it to see if this buyer is still present where we absorbed on footprint. If so, then there's an opportunity. If not, then I wouldn't touch it. Right. So on NQ and ES, we're just bidding off of that area, and that's really the only context we have right now while we wait.
Prior or high yield of 4.173%, prior bid cover of 2.55.
So to give a bit more context of like why I care, in trend.
So Zelensky rejects FT report on announcing Ukraine's election plan for February 24th.
Oops. Do you see, now that you know that the yellow is POC, do you see how in trend down, we hold it as offer on the open of the new candles? We're unable to sustain above. So I'm watching to see if we are able to now start to trend up where POC holds is supportive. If we can do that, then I'm much more willing to look for a break outside of our range if we can see that we're just holding our previous candles POC and then rotating up. That's good trend. If we don't have that, then the market's probably not ready for anything that's going to sustain. Right? So that's what I'm watching for, is like, what do we do in that context as we push up? Because we know that when we have mixed POCs like this, that we are in a chopping market. And then we have to wait for offside liquidity before we can breach outside of a balance. So that's all I'm watching for. Because like if we continue to have like these muddy POCs where we're just trading basically within a range that has no clear side, then I have to wait for liquidity to be outside of that range, and then we have to enter back in for that rotation up. So as we push up into these highs, this is our seller from our last period, we're watching to see if we can bid here, and if we have a buyer who is going to hold us outside of this range for upside move. If these guys fail to sustain, I'll be watching this area for a reoffer for that rotation down. And it's the same thing on ES. Right? We're watching to see how we interact here. If there is no interest to sustain a higher low, then we'll watch this area as a reoffer instead, because there's clearly no ability to pop outside. So as we push down into the 66, I'm going to be watching this as a reoffer point for a rotation through our range off of this failure. So we'll be watching for a bid here, and then a offer, and then a step below for continuation down. That's what I'll be watching for. So watch for a reaction here as we push down into it, and then let's see if we get some follow through. Again, this would be our reoffer into this area, and then this would lead to a short potential here. No, I'm not drawing every 15-minute. Only if I see something that makes sense. If not, then I just stick with our current structure. So like right now we're bouncing off of our value low of that bid candle that tried to push outside of this range. So it makes sense that we're contextually trying to find a buyer here once again, and then we'll watch for a reoffer into this secondary here. Because if sell side holds this, then we expect a rotation through our range off of a failure.
1 minute to get the when issued for the 10-year note auction.
And it's the same thing on NQ as well. Just following our downside pathing. We'll watch for a reoffer here. New 15's open in 40 seconds.
When issued 4.163%. Also, seeing Meta is to spend more than $10 billion on Indiana data center. Again, Treasury when issued 10-year yield 4.163% before the auction.
Four spot 177%, 4.177%, bid to cover 2.39, 2.39, with the US selling 42 billion and awarding 13.4% of to primary dealers, 64.5% to indirect bidders, and 22.1% to direct bidders. The US awarding 6.2% of bids at high. The tail 1.4 basis points.
RTY finding a bid here at our AVWAP once again. We hit first target on NQ, but are reoffering now our sell. Watching our edges here. Got to get below 45 and offer on NQ for anything
the
more.
10-year US Treasury notes move higher.
This is just been a failed sell.
Auction.
And we'll flip
Last
and then
up
it'll go bid
2.3
again.
basis points at 4.168%.
we've got our pivot, we got our bounce. Now we're watching to see if we can hold the low for that next leg through. If we can get this next leg, it will be a look from our 20s and then 40 holding, and then it'll be a rotation through our range. Like so.
Ackman's Pershing Square has a stake in Meta, according to the Wall Street Journal.
Yes, no invalidation, but no follow through as of yet. Just our bid from our value low and then trading into our value low of our previous candle into our top edge. We're watching to see if we can sustain here, keeping this seller keeping a lower high and keeping this buyer off sides, or if we're going to pop off of a bid and hold of our lows and sell side failure to get us back into this range. I don't know. We'll see. We bounced where we needed to so far on NQ though, 45s. Halfway through our range here, move stops down or take off initial risk. Nothing else to do. Same thing on NQ. Back into our lows. See if we can sustain below. I'd expect this to go down to about 20, 25, and then look for our offer to try to shift below 45, 43. Just playing our secondary leg here. We're watching to see if we can get back into this range or not. Same thing on ES, just watching. This is a secondary target here at 61 off of our hold, and now we'll watch to see if we get the full follow through. Is there an indicator for previous 15-minute candle for POC? It's literally just a footprint chart. It's a chart type. Volume footprint. And it's on a 15-minute time period. Yeah, I mean, you could try, man. You might get different context. Because we are trading off of a volume
Yeah, post the article from the Wall
footprint.
Street Journal on the feed for those interested.
Shit, I didn't mean to do that. This is your secondary target here on NQ into R20. I'm expecting a slight
The
bounce
S&P
here,
500
and then
banks
a retest
index
of
down
45s
2%.
if we're going to do anything other than just go straight down to the bottom of our value. I'm unsure, but I'd expect a bit of a bid here, and then we'll watch for a reoffer. For ES, this is target into our bottom of range into POC here. So there's your trade, Leo, based off of the information that we went over. If we can flip below 50s, then we get another leg. We'll see. There's your ES trade, right? Just back into our range. Full rotation through off the failure at the highs. 20, trying to hold offer for this rotation back down to 200, our bottom of range. No reoffer of 43s doesn't mean that we won't find a buyer here as we push down into our lows again. We'll see. I'm still expecting that we'll need to do this rotation, and then we'll either retest 20 or our 43 before we go down. Context shift would be failure here. Just find an active bid, and then I'd just be looking for our short below 70s for continuation if it's going to happen.
IBM
We've
shares
entered back
full
in
5.3%.
off of a failure at our highs.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. Six counterparties take 1.048 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Immediate bid off of our low balance. Crazy. Watching to see where our offer is. If we get a lower offer, then we can look for more downside. Until then, you're just back down to the bottom of the balance. It is what it is. This is fully expected and pathed. This is our move right back up to our offer. We'll watch to see if sell side sits here. Same thing on yes. Market has momentum until Russell loses momentum. Watching our offer as we push into 50 on NQ. Like, I'm not doing anything crazy here. It's literally just balance. Why would we expect the buyer who was there before to be gone without any new context? It doesn't make sense.
Fair to drop some prior demands for banks to fix flaws.
This is why you risk off your shorts there and you look for the reprieve, right?
The Fed will release some warnings issued to individual banks.
Now we're watching for a lower high to see if sell side is in control as we retest our top edge of balance. We watch to see if Russell also loses momentum here for a shift. But other than that, right, like it's just a rotation back into our top edge from where we expected the bid to be. Now we're just watching our offer as we push back up into the highs. It is balance. With no new context, like nothing has shifted. We're watching to see if we get that shift now, right? But like none of this is to be unexpected. Now we watch our offer here and we watch to see what happens into 20. Same as before. From our hold of our value high of our previous candle. Same thing on ES. Hold of our value high of our previous candle. Just our offer. Now we watch to see if it can hold lower high. If it can, then we have the beginning of a downtrend. Can you look at NVIDIA by any chance and compare with NQ March 26th? This is your first risk off if you're trying off the top edge here on NQ into our 2025 area. Watching to see if we get full range rotation or if we hold a higher low. I mean, what are you looking for? That's way too open-ended for me to waste time on that. What do you want me to see? Give me a bit more context and then I'll look. But I don't want to step away from my charts or my trades until I have a bit more context. Puts on NVIDIA long term. I don't know, man. Betting against NVIDIA right now just feels kind of bad. I mean, I understand structurally, but NVIDIA isn't a structured trade. It's like full-on clown fiesta hype, right? So structure is only going to do you so much good before a headline just pops it. So you have to be a bit more careful with stuff like that because it has momentum, right? Like NVIDIA is the entire AI bubble. So trying to short something like that is a bit hard on a longer time frame because we don't know what Jensen is going to say tomorrow, right? We don't know what shifty money is going to step in and where NVIDIA is going to plop its next $2 billion. We just don't have context, so it's really hard to short narrative based stocks. But yeah, I mean we can look at it, but like and it's just kind of balanced right now. Like there's a very clear demand in these lows, right? Very clear demand in these lows. And we can just mark where this consolidation was last. Where this new balance is. But like there's very clear demand in these lows. So I don't really know what you would do. The only thing that I could see for like a short idea is that you think that these highs are going to sustain. above here, right? So context wise would be you're watching to see like, is sell side going to be able to sustain these highs? But like there's again like very clear demand down into these lows on the higher time frame. And we've seen that quite a bit. So now your question is like, where are we going to be able to break this balance where we've seen this selling occur up into these highs? Right? So like your expectation would then be, if you're looking for shorts, is that we're going to see these highs sustain. These, and then we're going to rotate down, right? Like that's objectively what you're saying. Because if we flip this, then we're rotating back up to this off the supply that sits up here. You get me? But with like this very clear demand into these lows, it's very scary trying to play this for any sort of like short continuation idea. But like, yes, there is supply here, but the I'd be much more comfortable looking for, I think, a flip and hold below this buyer that's here, and then playing it back down to the low of range than trying to attempt long term into this edge if you're just looking at it from like a structure perspective. Because right now you're looking at a demand that's holding and then trying to do something like this, right? We're watching to see if the seller can hold here from that wick high, from the wick above, put in a lower offer, step down, and then offer this for a rotation through. So your setup is really waiting to see how we perform here on this flip for context if we're going to do a full rotation back down of our balance. Because right now you know that there's a buyer that's sitting here and we have supply sitting up here. So we're watching to see like contextually if we can hold this wick high where we pushed into the supply, and if we can show interest above for a follow through. Does that make sense? But yeah, again, this is one of those that are like very narrative driven, and right now NVIDIA, you know, has the narrative, so it's a bit hard because we know that we know that like any news kind of like really gets the market moving. And the only reason like I'm saying this is like the only way that I would look for a short is if like my risk was above this wick high, and then you're looking right for like you have a negative risk to reward here for your initial setup, and it's basically just like a 1-to-1 into first target. So for the full target, you'd be much more better off looking for this secondary move with a much more limited risk, playing off of this into something like that, right? You have much better risk to reward. Even this setup is less risk to reward than this secondary. That's the only reason I'm saying that. So that's the only context on the higher time frame that I see is like we have a very clear buyer at the lows, and now we're coming back up into this offer. This sell was just us filling this gap here, and now we're watching to see what we do on this retest. If it can maintain a lower high from here, right, which is this, then potentially there's an opportunity here to short, right? This is that setup where we're trying to trade right now. But understand that we would need this to very clearly maintain this wicking here for that to matter, right? This is our entry back inside value. So if value can hold here now on our value high, then we'd expect at least a rotation through. But if this bid is able to maintain and then we're able to lift, then we'd be looking for up into this like 205, 210 area, I think. Right, this setup that I'm talking about and referring to is just this concept. Right, we're back inside value here. So if we bounce POC, we'll watch to see if there's a short here at our value high. And if that value high holds, then we'll look for that rotation through value. That's the idea, right? So that's this. And then this would be first target. So again, like the opportunity cost is a bit rough right now because our risk profile is very high, right? It's again, like it's still a positive RR trade, but it's limited until you can get below this. Because we know that there's a buyer here from POC to value low. So
Bank of Canada says events in Venezuela, Iran agreement caused turbulence. Bank of Canada says little historical precedent for current unpredictability and has agreed it needs to maintain optionality in setting rates. The Bank of Canada issues a summary of deliberations for January decision, with the Bank of Canada saying the consumer CPI expectations elevated amid food price worries.
This is yes.
Bank of Canada reiterates the USMCA review an important risk to the outlook and threat to the Federal Reserve independence add uncertainty.
So your downside move fully played off of our pathing, and our upside move is now fully played off of our pathing, right? So now you have full context for the rotations, and they were fully predicted just based off of understanding our range and our entry back inside said range. So we'll watch to see what happens here now. Potentially that we sell, right? That would follow our next leg. If this holds a higher low though, then it's just rotations again. I don't really have anything else for you. We'll watch to see how we interact here into this 61 to this POC to value high of our previous candle off of our hold here. If buys are going to sustain, I'd expect they hold here and then try to lift us back up over this. That's what I see on ES. Got our bid off of our NQ low, rotated up, tried to sustain, failed, just looked over. We're now watching to see if we flag here with this look above. Watching to see if this now holds or if we look back below and then offer through. Again, trapping this liquidity. We don't know. All we know is that POC to value is below us, and that's where we're watching to see if we bounce or if we flip it. Hopefully this stuff is starting to click. I don't know. You guys are so quiet today. It's very unsettling when I give out like trade after trade that follows pathing to a T and no one talks. It's like, It's balance days ruin you guys after trend. I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than that. You guys are like so stuck in your ways from the first hour. Yeah, I agree with you, Flipper. I think that balance is great once you learn how to play it. But those that get like so caught up in like the trend, and then every trade after that is you just like emotionally trading, trying to make up for gains that you've been chopped out of instead of just playing your edges. It's just like, it's so rough. So if we hold here off of our POC to value of our previous candle, we should be able to see a offer up into like 303 for that seller. I don't know how drastic that'll be. Same thing on ES here, just watching our value to POC, seeing if that can sustain and if RTY can continue to maintain higher lows. If we lose momentum on Russell and we flip our POC here and then reoffer it, then we'll enter and rotate through our range again. We're just watching to see if we can build outside or if this is going to trap and then rotate back down. I don't have any expectations. We're just watching to see if this bids or not. Initial bid was pretty good. Now we need to see if we get follow through. Yeah, right. Like I just highlighted the POC to value high at both ES and NQ. So we're watching to see if like that bid can sustain there or if it flips. Because if it can sustain, then we can look up. But if it fails, then we'll rotate back through the full range. That's my expectation. So we're basically like zoning out where we expect a higher low to be put in if context holds true. We need Russell to find a higher low here, or this move is going to get exhausted if we don't have RTY participation to continue this push up. We want flags to break out across the board. Again, like we've gotten an initial solid bids where we wanted, but we're not seeing follow through yet because RTY is showing weakness still. Oh, so tired. This is your first risk off if you're playing off of 60 to 40 into 80 for 20 points, so it's 1-to-1. Now you can leave runners for free. Does that make sense? Yep. Yeah, the context is super important. For sure. But this is why, like, if you go back into a lot of our like previous lessons, I've talked about how like 90% of you should just not be trading when we have choppy POCs on the 15, right? If you don't have like a trending direction or a very clear POC that's outside of our range, then you should just like not touch it. It's not worth your time, right? Yeah, exactly. So like our short for the way down makes a lot of sense once you realize like that POC into that high is like very drastically different than these POCs that were trying to hold us above, right? So now we have that offside participant that we were talking about. So now when we enter back into this range, this feels way better to try to play to the downside because we know that this buyer's kind of scuffed. So that like if this bid doesn't happen here, it's the same thing on ES. If this bid doesn't happen here and we flip it, like we're gonna get the full rotation back through. But like for this move to be profitable, like you don't even need it to go fully to target for this to be a solid trade because your risk to reward was solid there, playing off 60 to 40 and then just rotating back up into our previous highs. It's a 1-to-1 risk to reward, but like the probability of us bouncing there was high. And if it stops us out on the final contracts, that's okay. You know, like it'll be all right. We'll just play the reverse back below and then play the rotation fully through. So then the trade is a scratch, right? Or it's, you know, semi-profitable. But then we'll just play the rotation through. Because like if this buyer can't hold here, then these buyers outside, right, over this POC are going to be offsides. And then we'll just watch for this reoffer like we have pathed. Because these participants right here will be offside, right? They will be outside of our range and they will have failed to sustain. So if we flip this, then we'll just play them as our offer instead of our bid. It'll be all right, and then we'll just play it down. But regardless, this trade's free now because we took off for 1-to-1. We have zero risk here. Zero. Now we just wait. Either we're wrong and we don't get the follow through we want, which has zero risk because we played it properly, or we flip and then we play the offer of where we were looking for a bid, and then we play the rotation down, and then we get a free 50-point trade. Who cares? Not me. That description of offside buyer just clicked a lot more when looking at POC off footprint. Yeah, exactly. Does the one at the low make a lot more sense now as well? This guy? Jesus. held where we needed to on both ES and NQ, just retesting our highs here for 1-to-1. POCs opened above previous candle POC. Sorry, new candles have opened above previous candle POC, but it's very tight, very slow. Just watching to see if we can continue on our way or if this is going to fail. I don't know. But again, trade's free. Risk is fine. It's 1-to-1. Just waiting. I don't know what I'm looking at. Are you talking about the 61? Yes, that's exactly what I have on screen as well, Visionary. Here's your reference of what I've got on screen with the same setup. That yellow box, right? 61. Your secondary sell here is the pushing to 300 where POC is from above. We've got these selling deltas as we push into that, so you should be looking to see how we interact as we push through that. I don't know how drastic of a sell it's going to be into this, but it could result in a pretty violent push below if we can't see a sustained bid. So just keep that in mind. Like if we just don't have momentum, we don't have momentum, you know? Offers like pretty clear here on NQ into that high. 100 contracts at 755. They're just trying to like slowly chip this thing down. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean 755. I meant 280. They just pulled. Pushing back up to 300s here. They're just trying to scare people as we push up into that. Again, just watch your fill as we push down into that for your next. I don't know how drastic of a sell it'll be, if any, but this is where I'd be expecting it if they were going to try. And then we'll just look to see if we shift below. Just watch this POC to value. This is your next risk off. If you are played off the 1-to-1, this is now your secondary risk off as we push up into this for like a 2.4. There it is.
That's in 10 minutes time now trade. At the top of the hour. Get the US federal budget balance.
Leave a runner.
Forecast minus 94.35 billion on
Watch
the prior minus 145 billion.
Like I said, really drastic sell off of that. That's what I was expecting. Yep. I'm still in my runner. I didn't shift, but I did risk off into that high where that liquidity was. That was an easy tell. See if we get any more. Yeah, great stop. You're a wizard? No, bro, it's just context based off of our previous liquidity, right? We're just coming back up to the seller who nuked us on the last attempt, and we saw them on Dom as well, showing size. So like as they were inching their way up, they, instead of pulling those orders, they actually held that 100 and then they filled, which allowed us to sweep down, right? So we saw them on Dom showing that and teasing it, and then we saw that offer that was already sitting there from our previous trade. So as we push into that trade, into that 300, right, we take profit. And that's exactly what we were expecting, a sweeper there. To be like, hey, I'm still present, I'm still here. Right, but like, again, like we're handling it well. Like context wise, like as long as you understand like where that is and we can see it on footprint, right? Like this totally makes sense. We took off for 1-to-1, right? With our context of our 43 to 60, we took off into 80. So it's 20 points because we have 20 points of risk. And we took off into our 300 because we expect our seller to be sitting there. And now we just leave a runner, chilling it. Trade's free. So smart. You're so funny. Bro, you're my favorite hype man. Were you guys able to play that, walk through it? Were you able to make that trade free for 1-to-1 and then play up into target? Did that all make sense? Were you fine playing with that kind of risk? Playing off of that previous POC to value low? Do we understand that? Like these concepts, hopefully you're starting to like really grasp. And then you just leave your runner, you know, let it be. All right, cool. I'm the sweeper. That was my liquidity. True. Ooh, that's funny. Sell side, like still just sitting here, getting filled. Very volatile up into these highs. This is our resistance, top of range here on ES into 70, as well as our offer here that sits at our 300 to 325 on NQ. If they get filled and we can
Trump
step
says,
above,
I insisted that talks with Iran continue.
Pretty quickly. But if offer sticks here, I'm just going to allow my stop to play below 243. I'm just going to let this thing go. Because if this seller steps out of the way at 325, we should just be able to make new highs.
5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. Get the US federal budget
I don't have an answer for you if this guy's
94.35 billion on the prior,
we'll
minus
see.
145 billion. Trump on Iran says hopefully this time they will be more reasonable and responsible.
Very two-sided up here. So again, like I'm just leaving a runner because it's worth it. But if this fails and this offer continues
Trump
to
says
slap
that
us down
nothing
here,
definitive was reached,
we'll
other
rotate
than the
through our
fact he
balance.
insisted that negotiations continue. So Trump is currently commenting on his meeting with Israel's PM Netanyahu. We'll see if there's a video.
I mean, it's also like you can see it like two different ways. Like you're very good at executing with minimal risk and shorter time frames, but
Trump says the preference is to make a deal with Iran.
Every time you close and enter a trade, right, you're changing your risk to reward at a higher price or a lower price, depending. And so like sometimes it's better just to be risk free in a trade and let that shit run, just to save your emotional energy and your mental energy, right? Like that's kind of where I'm at in my trading now, where it's like I want to make this trade risk free as soon as possible, and then I want to just let it run to target because nothing's invalidated, right? Like we don't need to do more. And like it can be a skill, but I think what you're doing works. It's just a lot more work for no reason. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I view it. Like there's nothing wrong with
Trump
it,
coming
but
from a post
it
on
definitely
Truth
requires
Social.
a lot more mental energy to just allow it to play. Yes. That's why I've been like really focusing in on this like one-to-one trading system and then like taking profit, because a lot of you just don't, like, this isn't directed at anyone, but just don't have the ability to execute at the same pace that I am, because you don't have enough contextual information developed yet, right? You're not able to like grasp that fast enough. And so like if we can just create systems that keep you in trades, then that's better than trying to over trade in areas where you're not executing properly in the first place. There's no reason to overtrade when we can just chill in it, and if nothing invalidates, then you just make money. It'll be all right. Yeah, exactly. All right. I will be right back.
One minute remaining for the US federal budget balance. The US federal budget balance minus 94.6 billion, minus 94.6 billion, lower than forecast 94.4 billion. Early release of the federal budget balance.
So US fiscal 2026 year-to-date deficit at $697 billion versus the comparable fiscal 2025 deficit of $840 billion. Also, according to the Treasury, US January net customs receipts was at $27.7 billion. Bank of France sees Q1 GDP growth of 0.2 to 0.3%. They see Q1 quarterly growth of 0.2 to 0.3% after 0.2% in Q4.
Oh boy. Okay. This offer is still sitting here. Nothing really to do. POC on open of new candles, holding offer. Offer still sitting here, right? The supply is still very present. Just rotating back down to where the bid was last. Same thing on ES. POC held as resistance on open of new candle, rotating back down to our previous pivot. Very tight range. RTY is still holding higher lows though, just for context. So that's interesting. I'd expect that if that continues to be the case, that buy side wins this overall. Just need to see if we can find a secondary entry here. It might just be the flip of 300, 310, to be honest. If you didn't get filled here at our 80. Which I didn't, so I'm just gonna wait. For ES, it's just the same bid, right? It's a very tight range. I personally am just not interested in anything ES related. Just wait, see what happens. But holding where we need to so far. Just offer is still sitting here. I'm not buying 80. I don't care. Middle of our range, not doing it. Even if we find a bid here, I'll miss the trade. It'll be all right. Is there an indicator being used to mark out these zones? Yeah, I mean, I'm just marking the POC to value high off of our footprint chart, and that's literally it. AD bid is holding. I'm not in it. Like I said, I'm not playing it, but Russell is pushing, which is giving me a bit more confidence that this upside wants to hold. We'll see as Russell pushes up into our highs here, how we interact. Again, nothing wrong with playing 80. It's just the middle of the range for me, and I'm not interested. Watch to see as we push up into these highs how we interact. If we lose momentum or not. I'm just going to move over our sell side pathing just in case. You can get these same areas, Android, if you just use a volume footprint chart on a 15-minute. That's all this is. That's how I'm developing these zones. If you want an indicator, my PVZ is doing the same thing, basically. So just for context, I'm gonna zoom in on this chart on ES and NQ. But I'm gonna turn indicators on and I'm gonna turn drawings off. So you can see we have the same zones already marked for us. We're holding our previous day value and our offer is sitting here at our value high, right? So there's no change here in anything that we're doing. I just am using...
According to the Wall Street Journal, Pentagon prepares
offer
second
here.
aircraft carrier to deploy to the Middle East. The Pentagon move comes as Trump raises pressure on Iran to make a nuclear deal.
Like this is still being
Keep an eye on
given us
WTI. I did
context.
see a movement towards the upside again off the back of that headline that Pentagon prepares second aircraft carrier to deploy to the Middle East. As the move comes as Trump raises pressure on Iran to make a nuclear deal.
Our context is still valid, right? We're just trading between this POC off of PVZ and our value edge here and this value high. And we don't expect a breakout until we can show interest over said value high. So like indicator wise, we're showing the same thing. We're just inside this node and we're trading between this value and this value. That's all. So, but I would just recommend, again, it's just footprint. That's all we're seeing is that there's very clearly supply up into this high. And there's a buyer down here into this low and we're rotating in between them. And I'm waiting for something to shift. It's the same thing on Russell where like we know that we need to step over here on RTY. This is our VWAP as well as our PVZ. We expect a momentum loss into these highs until we can flip and hold above. So it just gives us an idea of where, if RTY stops running, where that momentum would be lost. And same thing on ES, context-wise with PVZ. This is just our POC on the daily that we're bouncing off of. And our target is up here at value high at 77, if we can breach above 70. Right? Which is what we have marked on chart. So like context
the Wall Street Journal
is
citing
the same.
3 officials
It's just,
on aircraft carrier deployment plan.
I can define our zones a bit more in the ranges in which we're looking to trade based off of our footprint's structure. We'll see what happens though. We need to flip this and show interest. Just bounce some POC. But there is no like indicator that draws out the exact levels. It's context. If this was
we have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know what else to say. Let me think on that. So you're like asking about like our 40 to 60, I'm assuming? Yeah, so to me, so first of all, broader context. The reason why I care about this 40 to 60 is we were playing this before you got here as our top of balance for most of the day. So to me, this was our where we were watching to see what is going on. Did I lock this? What? What? Oh, it is locked. Okay. Thought I was going insane. This was where we were shorting earlier today. So it has a lot of merit based off of that, because this is where I was watching for our offer to stick
from Wall
for
Street
the
Journal
rotation
article
through.
says that Trump has not given official order to deploy the carrier.
So to me, this level has a lot of importance, a lot of significance, because it was our top of balance, right? So as soon as I start to see that we're also holding that now as where our bid is, right, on our 15-minute footprint, I'm showing that we are, not only are my levels showing the same thing, but our order flow is also showing the same thing context-wise. So when we see that, like, we're seeing that same buyer step in here at that 43 to 60, it's this same buyer that's back now off the flip. So like I care about that level quite a bit, because it's us sustaining above where I'm looking for our offer to be for the rotation back through our range, right? Like we're watching now for this to now try to sustain here, because we know that if this fails, we'll rotate back down to our our low. So like that's I'm losing my voice. That's why I care about it so much. Is it's
Besson,
like
speaking to Fox News, as US growth might have come to 3% for 2025.
it's where we've seen a buyer show interest at the top of our range on the buy side, right? Because we were already expecting someone to be there at that 200, which we saw. So if we're now seeing them try to sustain and we're opening above on the new 15, above that 43 to 60 at the top of our range, then I care about it, because that's telling us that that buyer is willing to then try to hold and sustain us over. So we're looking for that upside to then to materialize, right? Because we already have a plan for the downside, which is an offer below that 43.
Besson says,
and
I
using that
expect to
60
continue to
as
pick
our
up in
risk.
construction jobs.
So if we sustain our highs of our balance, then I'm watching for that rotation up. Yeah, exactly. So like what is that showing us as well? Like on the greater context, it's also our VWAP flip as well, right? So like that 43 to 60 is our VWAP flip, as well as where that bid stepped up on footprint. So like to me, that just becomes like a really solid pivot to then play around for an upside rotation if we were able to
Besson,
sustain
as
and
I see a
hold.
pickup in manufacturing jobs in the coming months.
Same thing on ES. It's just it's the mid of our range, but it's where that buyer was present, and we're watching to now see how we interact up into our highs. And at no point, Sauce, this is the most important context I think of all, is that Russell was able to sustain higher lows that entire time. And Russell's been our leading indicator on the day. So we expect chop / rotation on NQ and ES while Russell pushes, but if we can sustain those lows on NQ and ES, then we should naturally head up to follow RTY, right? Because we're not seeing that weakness. You know, so like it's just one of those. But yeah, no, it's really just like the hold of our range high as supportive instead of offer, with our 15-minute printing with that, right? Our value sustaining and then just rotating up. And like how many times did we just see like a volatile liquidity push us back down into that 40 to 60 and then show an immediate bid, right? Like that buyer is very clearly there with multiple news headlines coming out about Iran. We just immediately trade into 60 and then bid, right? So like that guy is still sustaining, which is good context. We'll see if we can continue to build here. But at like no point did we invalidate anything, right? We're just going up. So yeah, I mean, it's, I'm not trying to play off of POCs that are flat, really. We want directional trend. And what we know, like on NQ context-wise, is that our POC was into our lows at our bottom of our balance at 200. And then since then, we then got a strong reactionary candle up, or a mother bar, and we were able to hold our POC to value high of that candle that rotated from the low of our balance. So to me, like that's a right side of V if I've ever seen one. Do you get me? Right? Like our POC was in our lows, and then we held and sustained our, not only our halfway back of that candle, but our top of balance as well as our POC to value. So to me, that's right side of V. And like, of course, our first target is always going to be into this seller that sits here, but then like we still sustained, and then we're just continuing.
Besson says Trump is laser focused on the housing market. Besson adds mortgage rates and 10-year yields are down.
So you either trail it to where you're happy, or you trail it to structurally where we shifted. So you would be looking for this bid to be here at this like 295, 310. And if that fails, then we'll rotate back down, would be my guess. So we want to see this now sustain here is what I'd be watching for. Move this. Where this is basically where our seller was last, right? So if we come down into this and we can't find that liquidity, then I'd expect this to just offer us back through. So you would put it at your invalidation, basically.
Besson says that Trump has an open mind on Iran.
But you're not wrong, right? Like we don't have structure up here to really play around, so it
Just
is
a heads
hard.
up, Netanyahu is currently speaking.
But what we do know is that we had a buyer, or we had a seller that was like very clear at 300, and so that should be your invalidation, because as long as we're now sustaining above this seller that was sitting here before, then nothing has invalidated context-wise, right? Like at the worst that could happen here is that we come back down to retest this breakout, and then that would be, you know, you miss out on 40 points, which is, you know, it's the pain of a runner. It's like you might potentially be giving back quite a bit, but you know it's profitable regardless. I mean, there are runners that I give back like, you know, $1,000 on, for the broader context.
That was just Israel issuing a readout of Trump and Netanyahu meeting.
Because it's worth it, right? Like, because, you know, sometimes like shit sucks and stuff happens, right? But like,
Besson says we're tracking Iranian leadership and their money is sent around the world.
The reason why I'm willing to do that is because I have an idea of where we could potentially go, right? And that's much higher than that $1,000 of unrealized that I'd be giving back. Like right now, our potential is 400 to trade up to 400s, and then 450, like back to our 30-second opening range here on the day. If we can get over this 340, we look for 380, and then we look for like 400. So giving back some of these gains makes sense if we can just kind of chill in a runner with no risk, especially if Russell's going to continue to push. So the way that I would usually manage stuff like this is where I'm looking for I've got two opportunities, right? I leave this as just a runner with a trail right at our invalidation until we open to a new 15 and more context is developed. If our new 15 is able to sustain our POC to value low of our previous candle or something like that, and we just have like clear trend up in continuation, then I would try to average up. But without it, then I'm just leaving my trade open and with our invalidation until context can be developed and we have an area to get back in or to add to that position. But like trying to add like blindly up here can just kind of ruin a really good trade for no reason because we just don't have structure to play around yet. So like it could come back on you and then you give up all your gains by averaging up too fast and with too many contracts. But like again, like nothing has invalidated anything. Russell's still holding higher lows. ES pushing into target here at our 78. NQ just pushing very clear liquidity at 350, 130 contracts showing. We're just watching to see if what we're gonna do, but pulling back to come back into that that squeeze up that we just saw could potentially happen, and that would be fine.
I conclude the interview
We'll
with Besson on Fox News.
But that's the beauty, right? Like that's why we trade for the 1-to-1 and then we just allow that shit to just run, you know? It's like we now are in a trade that had really minimal risk and now you just let it be, right? And then like your final target again would just be into this this 400 for our opening range low retest. But then all of a sudden like this can become like a banger. All of a sudden it's an 8-to-1. If we can get this range break and hold, we'll see. We've got some time, 3.5 minutes. Dude, my stomach is, I can't not accept a 1K trade. Yeah, that's totally fine. I do that all the time as well, where like my risk will just be like, oh, we hit $1,000 a contract or we hit $2,000 a contract. I'm gonna close because I it's a nice number that I'm happy with. You don't have to, you know, take, like, if you're happy, bro, right? Like, it is what it is. Just don't ruin it by exiting a trade that didn't invalidate and then trying to get in higher and then chasing and giving back those profits because now you're FOMOing, right? Like, that's the hard part. Is being like, oh yeah, now I'm gonna re-enter because I've got I'm on this high of the winner, and now like that $1,000 is gonna turn into, you know, a $300 profit because I take 2 L's by trying to add in at a much higher price than just chilling in it. That's where that context hurts. So when I have like big trades like that, now it's like a matter of, okay, I have to chill because I know that I'm running on a high. I have to wait for a real setup, not just like a continuation where I could have just averaged down, right? Because like, why close my position if I could have just averaged up on a position instead? Right? Like, if nothing invalidated and we're just going to pull back into where I could have averaged up and maintained a better average, then like it's like, okay, well, something has to be like a much better setup now for me to want to enter. I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't want to overcommit after huge wins because I know that that's how I set myself up for failure, just from an emotional standpoint. Like, do you guys ever have like winning streaks where you like almost like give yourself bad juju, where it's like you've been on like a, you know, one or like a 1 week win streak or like a 1 month win streak, and then like when you have your first L, you are like really overcommitting because you've been right for so long that you like are now chasing that, and so you give back, you know, 90% of your gains from that win streak that you had because you're unwilling to accept a loss. And then like that's when you get your liquidation events because you're so sure. And so like you'll yeah, right. And it's like you do so much work to push your prop firm up, right? Like to get past these evals. And then like when you're wrong and you've been right for so long, that day that you're wrong, if you don't have you know, a lockout or some sort of like strong accountability where you can you know bounce off of, like those are the days that are going to like liquidate you, are the days where you're overconfident after being right for so long. So you just like really want to be careful after you have like big win streaks or big winning trades to like really do your homework, right? Your due diligence before you enter another trade, because like you're your own worst enemy.
Dynamics RTY crude March futures settle at $64.63 a barrel, up 67 cents or 1.05%. Diesel March futures settle at around $2.44 a gallon. Gasoline March futures settle at around $1.97 a gallon. Dynamics natural gas March futures settle at around $3.15.
I still haven't taken anything. I'm just waiting to see how we interact here at POC. Watching to see if Russell double bottoms here. If Russell can double bottom, then we're okay. But if not, then NQ probably has to come down quite a bit further before we build out enough to sustain up here. Good bounce so far. See if we can break the lower highs. Yes, and NQ both held POC of previous candle with Russell double bottoming. All right, no break of downtrend yet on anything. I don't know if I stay for the full session. I don't know. I'm kind of losing my voice here. Bro, what? Discord wants me to just. They want you to spend so much money on this garbage. It's insane. Like, what is this, man? Jesus. I just need Steam to come out with its own version of Discord so that we can just be done with this garbage. Just give me the Steam, a new Steam social network, and then I never have to leave the Steam ecosystem ever again, and I can just trust Valve with my life. Just moving over our pathing, no change here. Hold of our lows, now just bidding and offering. Just holding POC, a previous candle. RTY coming back up to our highs here, watching to see if it's going to oscillate or if we can breach. Dude, this Bondi has got to be like what? Just watching this hearing is insane, man. Holy. Ugh. How do these people like sleep at night? Easy. Crazy. Still just bouncing POC of previous candle. Russell putting in a higher low though, which is interesting. See if we can get some follow through now that we're holding our highs of our previous range here on RTY. Minute 40 until new 15s. Hopefully we get something new.
Dollar falls against the Japanese yen, last down 1%.
Dude, Bondi is an actual moron. Holy. Oh no. This hearing, man. Jesus. New 15s have opened. You've lost 20 pounds. That's crazy. 20 pounds of muscle? That's insane.
Apple hit snag with long delayed attempt to launch new Siri. So Apple is now working to include Siri features in iOS 26.5 and iOS 27. Apple Siri hitches threaten to delay release till later in 2026.
Watching for a reoffer here. News candle. See if this means anything or if we just flip back over. Not incredibly worried about it.
I did see movement towards the downside on Apple off of the back of those headlines again. Apple hit snag with long delayed attempt to launch new Siri.
I don't really think it matters, but we'll see. Just watching to see if we can find an entry off of that now. Watch our offer into 34 to 46. See if offer sticks from our sell side or if we flip. If we flip, then upside feels very likely. If offer is able to hold here into our news candle highs into this imbalance, then downside feels like it'll be pretty apparent.
Further detail into this, and Apple's long-planned upgrade to the Siri virtual assistant has run into snags during testing in recent weeks, potentially pushing back the release of several highly anticipated functions.
Yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever.
According to Politico, White House expects GOP defections on tariff vote. See, and this is Politico citing White House official on Canada tariff vote.
There's nothing contextually that we can play off of for this NQ low for me. Just watching our reoffer into 34.46, or if we flip. If this offer holds, then sell side feels pretty likely to come back down to that wick low and then eventually go down to 255. If we can flip it, we'll just be watching to see if we can get back into our previous range off this failure. I just need context here. Again, offer is sitting above. So if we continue to hold this, then we'll rotate back down to our original bid, right into this 40 to 60. Probably 255 would be my guess where VWAP is. And we'll watch to see how that plays. So far, no interest above our wick high of our news candle, so we're maintaining the imbalance. Just POC to value of our previous candle. That's what that 34 to 46 is. RTY is still holding, no problem.
Brent crude futures settle at $69.40 a barrel, up 60 cents or 0.87%.
Our context is also shifted on ES. Sorry, I should have marked that as well. Until we build out more structure, there's not really much to play around. We just know that there's a seller here into our previous candle, which is our value low sits at 330. Our value high sits at 46 on NQ, with our POC at 36, right? So just watching to see if that offer continues to maintain or if we flip back over it. As long as that's maintaining, I would expect that we at least retest our wick low of our news candle, right? Lower high. Same thing on ES. Just watching for contextual like clues basically right now. The lack of real pressure after that initial news is not great for either direction, but bid still maintaining, basically, is what that's telling us. We just need to see a step over. The lack of like selling pressure after it just isn't like incredibly convincing. So I'd only try off of that 330.46 area, or wait for us to retest our lows. Trying to act here in the mid just seems like you're setting yourself up for failure. Did you get into that news candle, Sig, or just waiting for a wick low? This is what I have. I didn't get filled fully. I entered here at 3:30. But it's just kind of like stagnant. So it's not a really great trade as of right now. We're just kind of chopping. And I was looking to get filled as we pushed into that imbalance with my stop above, which would have immediately flipped me long over 46. But I mean, like the trade's profitable, but it's not great, right? It's pretty shit. It's very floaty right now. Not a huge fan. So I'll probably get stopped out of this. We'll see. I was hoping for a lot more momentum off of that sell after we didn't take out highs on the reoffer. So like the trade's profitable, but I'm probably gonna just let it stop me out. There's nothing to do. It either like holds or it stops me out. I don't know. Russell's still sideways. Yeah. Just over our wick high from the news candle, over the value high of previous candle. I'd just be looking for 15 points of risk then, or 16 points of risk, playing off of 330 to 46. If we were able to show any interest above. Until then, it's just like really garbage inside balance. So like if I stopped out from the short after getting filled, I would have just flipped. So like the way that I have it set up is I'm short 2 contracts here. I have 1 risk off at 300, and then I have single lot fills at 330, 336, 42, and then I have 6 contracts at 46. So I would have stopped out 4 contracts, right? And then I would have went long 1 contract for my initial sizing off the flip, and then that would have given me an entry and an invalidation of my short with minimal size, and then if I wanted to add, I'd be able to add Because of the volatility, I did it on micros instead of minis. Again, like there's really nothing here. And again, it's just bouncing off our 300. So that was our first fill. So the trade's now free. And if we can flip this, then great. If not, it'll be okay. I'll make at least 15 points now playing off of our 30, right? So if it stops me out, or I should say 14 points, not 15. Because it's a 16-point area of risk. ES has done literally nothing. We're opening below POC though on this new 15. See if we get continuation or not. The other limit orders are still valid. Yeah, I guess. I mean, at this point, I'm just watching to see how we interact here. We know that we have our demand here into this low. Russell's still sideways. I think that we probably bid here, if anything. If we continue to maintain our low and we continue to maintain our high, right, we're just in this like really awful range. So you're not going to really have real movement until we stop out one of the sides from the news candle. You know what I mean? Like we won't have real context until someone stopped. So it's up to you which direction you think we'll end up going overall, but like we won't have context to know which way is right in the actual like higher time frame trend until we stop out someone and then get a secondary move. Right now it's just a rotation that I was expecting between our offer that was sitting here into this supply that we printed on footprint on both ES and NQ, right? That's why I took that short. And then this demand that's down here that also printed on this candle, right? We're just in between these participants. So what we can look for is potentially a lower high here in an offer if we hold POC at 317 to 330, right? But that's about all we've got going for us right now. It's like, are we now starting a trend down off of that? Yeah, I mean, again, like we don't have information until we stop out either side of this news candle. But what we do know is that there is liquidity here at 300 to 280. So that's why I've taken off one of my contracts. And again, my final risk off would then be 255, 240 area, just for our rotation back down to our original bid where we played this up. And that would also be just a reversion to view up. Right, this is view up here. So we'll see. Again, it can go either way still. There's no, it's directionless. What you're watching is with the POC holding above, if we can offer into that now for a lower high for context. Again, Russell's flat. So if we can't go lower and we breach our highs and Russell's continuing to hold sideways, right, and we push highs, like that's going to lead to a squeeze up with sell side failing here because our overall trend maintained, right? Like we just, hopefully that makes sense. Pretty dead market. Long or short here? I mean, it's fine to be long into 300 for this to be your first risk off into 17 into POC of previous candle. Secondary would be into 330. You can look for a short at 330 to 46. You're in a range right now, and we haven't broken either side, like I just said. So there's nothing for you to do here other than trade your edges that we've clearly defined. You need someone to be offsides and stopped out on either side of this wick for real movement to occur. Until then, we've identified our buyer and our seller. What we're seeing right now is that our offer is trying to shift downwards on NQ at least, with our POC of previous candle holding as resistance. ES is not as clear, very choppy. But we see that the mid of our range right now is attempting to hold, and our offer is attempting to shift down on NQ at least. This is exhilarating. The guy running Super Bowl. What? Oh, yeah, with the glasses on? Yeah. I did see that today. He had a bet, right? For like 50K? He had like an advertisement on for a course. It's so cringe. Jesus. Just back to our 300 off of our rejection of POC and previous candle here on NQ. Again, just the bid sits here. I don't know which way we break. All I can tell you is that our offer is lowered, but our bid is still remaining the same. We would need to flip this if we were going to head down to that like 255 to 240 area. What is this? Again, 300 is a great first risk off if you're playing off of R20 from previous POC. If we can push through this liquidity here at 280, then we should have another 30 points on our hands. Until then, though, you got to respect this 300 to 280 wick low. Same thing on ES. It's very slow. And when someone steps back into this market, it's going to be a bit volatile, I think. So just be patient if you're not in a short already. There are lots of opportunities below us that are going to be much better than whatever this is. Grotto, I've risked off all of my contracts from 330 into this 300. Now I'm just in a runner from 320 from our POC. My stop is just at 330. So I'm risking 10 points here for a continuation down potential, but it's just a range, man. I don't know. Until we have some more volume step in, like there's really not much to talk about. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, again, like there'll be a much better opportunity after we figure out what the hell we're doing here. This inside candle of our news candle is something. This new Seed Dance AI platform from China is so funny. These videos people are making. Such slop, man. Dude, what are we doing? What is this? Get me out of here. Holy. Bro. What the? This is insane. Yeah.
Democratic senators urge Trump administration to use North America free trade talks to crack down on Chinese vehicles.
This Bondi hearing is nuts. You guys gotta watch this. Like, this is insane. Jesus. Yeah, but the Epstein files aren't supposed to be about Trump, man. I don't know if you knew that. But the Epstein file series, if it was a series, wouldn't be a Trump story, surely, right? Surely. How many times does your name appear in the Epstein files, Flippers? Just out of context. Just add a little context. Just wondering. Just wondering. That's not about it. It's just a bad argument. What do you mean? It's not. I don't care if he's innocent or not. Just what? They could release a bazillion pages, and my name wouldn't be mentioned once. Oh, please take out our lows so I can get on with my life. Please, 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 please. Please. Holy, that's not my name. The difference between 5,000 and 3 million pages and 50K and 3 million pages is kind of a mute point. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. I think it's a good point of reference that a series about a specific character has, I don't know. I don't agree with you whatsoever. Well, I guess I'll leave it at that. Dude, this new seed dance AI thing is insane. These clips that are coming out are nuts. So basically we are in balance now for ES. I mean, we're not doing anything, man. We are doing nothing. We're just back to our bid. So yeah, sure, we're in balance. There's no momentum. So unless you're already in a trade, I wouldn't touch anything because of what is going on. Oh, I'm gonna regret being here all day. I already know it. I mean, if you're playing off our 320 to 330, nothing has changed with our logic. We're still holding POC to value low. It's right, like it's just holding where we thought that lower offer would be, but we're still haven't broken the lows. So there's really not much to do until we break lows and figure out what we're gonna do. This like lack of speed is a bit concerning. But our offer has shifted down and we are trading into our liquidity now. I'd love for us to go to full target at that 255 that we talked about an hour ago.
Verizon shares are up in a volume spike here. Lost up around 3%.
We can't even breach our news low, so my hope for that is diminishing. We'll see what happens. Yeah, there's literally no point for me being here though. Every day that I stay, nothing happens. Just need to follow my own rules and fuck off. RTY, potential middle bottom here. ES into our low of our range. NQ looking at our wick low now, just took it out. Let's see if we can offer and flip this. I'd love for us to be able to push down into this 260, 240 where we took our original bid. I don't know what happens. We'll see. I'm just in my runner from our 320, 330. Watching our reoffer now that we've taken out news low on NQ. RTY is still falling. ES still trading within our range. Range low is this 57 to 950. Just our green box, same as before. Watching 295 to 308 POC to value high previous candle. See if we're gonna offer lower, or if we flip back in. So far, holding value low of our previous candle. RTY leading down. Yes, testing our edge. See if we get our last leg or not. I don't have high expectations regardless of, it's just so slow. But the offer is very clearly lowering from previous POC downwards on each candle. Yellow line, yellow box on each candle is the POC. Value is represented by the dotted line on each candle. So this is the POC of each previous 15, the yellow box. Mm-hmm. What was the news? Apple hit snag with long delayed attempt to launch new Siri. That was the news. This market died, man. What is going on? Oh boy. You know, it would be huge if we just stopped out both sides of this news candle and then did nothing into close. All right, let's see if we can find a setup into MOC at least. Something. This 300 is probably playable for a rotation back up to 330 if I had to guess. If we bid here. That would be my assumption. Let's see what we do. New 15s, final 15 of the day. Just watching to see if we continue to bid this 300 290 for rotations up to 330 where our original offer was. We are so slow, man. Oh my. This feels like Monday. But that was the entire day of it. Of just this speed. If you're playing off of this 300 bid and hold into our new 15s, this is your first risk off into our 20. It's the same as before. There's not much here. I think we're just going to 330. Just our original offer where that supply sits. We'll see.
One minute now until we get the market on
MOC
close
happening here
imbalance.
soon. Just be careful. And again, like nothing has changed about the supply that's above us, right? At that 30 to 46. We got to flip that if we want anything more, or this is just a reversion back up to our supply. That's why that has to be our target as we push into that. Because we don't know what's going to happen there. All we know is that there's a seller sitting there on our first attempt. This 19 or 20 or whatever is just our wick highs from our
10
previous
seconds.
sell. So that's why it's your first target always. We'll see what happens again as we push into this supply. Expect volatility here. MOC.
Markets on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 160 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 18 million. Dow 30 sell side 271 million. Mag 7 sell side 257 million.
MOC couldn't even save us from this range. Just coming back down to our bid here into our value high, the POC of our previous candle. Again, if it's 300 to 290. If we flip back below 280 and offer, then maybe there's a short. But as of right now, not a lot to talk about. Watch our 300 for potential reoffer. Bid holding where we need to at this 290. But if offer sticks here at 90s or at 300, then maybe one more leg down into 280. Back to that POC. Just need to see if a bid can step back over this after holding and sustaining where we needed it to. Right, we're battling with our value edge, right? Where that bid was before. Is this now our offer is the question. And if so, does offer stick here and then rotate us down? And then from here, can we do something new? Or can we flip and bid here and rotate up, showing that we sustained the bid? This is what we're trying to figure out now. So far, holding our 290 to 300, rotating back up. No change in anything in this MOC. Pretty boring. You can still do your first risk off into 320 if you want. It's up to you. 330 is still target into that supply, no change. But trade's held where we needed to and is now doubled from our 10 points of risk. 20 points in profit. I'm hoping for 30, but we'll see.
So in 5 minutes time now on the cash equity close, we're expecting earnings from McDonald's, estimated EPS of $3.04 with an estimated revenue of $6.83 billion. For McDonald's, there is no specific time given for their earnings report, just that it's happening after the market close. At 5 minutes past the hour, so that's 10 minutes time, we do get Cisco Systems Q2 2026 earnings with an estimated EPS of $1.02 and a revenue estimate of $15.12 billion.
Later, Nikki.
Surely expecting McDonald's earnings, and just over 5 minutes until we get Cisco's earnings report as well, with an estimated EPS of $1.02 and a revenue estimate of $15.12 billion.
This is thrilling close. All right, that's the close. Just acceptance now, trying to happen below 280. Earnings are about to come out for a bunch of stuff. Got our move from our 300 290 hold up to our 320, and then invalidated under 290, and now offer trying to stick below 280. Not a ton here, guys. Market died as soon as Apple got that news, and it hasn't recovered since. We've got our range below that we can look for trades tomorrow, or this into Globex. We'll see. Very clear range here that we can enter back into and then play the rotation through if need be, if we actually get down there. Yeah, I don't know. It's really all we got. This is what I'm looking at in the broader context for our areas that we can look for these trades if we get back through. This is our previous balance. We can look for that reoffer here at our 40 to 60, and then look for that rotation back down into our
McDonald's
200.
earnings coming through now. EPS at $3.03 versus $2.80 year over year. Adjusted EPS a beat at $3.12 on estimates of $3.04. Revenue a beat at $7.01 billion on estimates of $6.83 billion. Their fourth quarter comp sales are plus 5.7%, a beat on estimates of plus 3.76%. IDL comp sales plus 4.5%, a beat on estimates of 2.43. IOM comp sales 5.4%, a beat on estimates of 3.31%, and US comp sales at 6.8%, a beat on estimates of 5.05%.
This is what I'm watching for, just context-wise. Do we get a bid here?
McDonald's shares up around 2.6% in the post-market trading following their earnings report.
That rotates us up from this liquidity here at our previous top of balance. Top of balance. Does that maintain? All right, that would give us our bounce, and then we'd be looking for that push over 300, so then that rotation back up into the supply. If the supply flipped, I'd just be looking for our 30-second opening range reversion, right, up into this. If we flip down and this offer holds here, then we would just be trading our previous balance, right? This would be a failure, and then a rotation through, giving you an entry for this rotation down into this. So just really figuring out context here at this range, what we're going to do. Unsure. Won't be here for it. Don't care. But just if you are trading into after hours or into tomorrow, if we're in the same area, this is what I'll be watching for. We'll see. All right. You guys have a good rest of your day. I think today was a good session. A little quiet though from chat, but some good questions. Hopefully you did all right, and I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow will for sure be a half day. Staying was pointless today, and it's always pointless when I stay. So it is what it is. All right. Goodbye. But you'll have Mario in the afternoon tomorrow, so don't worry about it. Peace.